Go live. Go live. We are going live. Okay, that's about as close to singing as I can get today. Right, how are we all doing? Could you see, could you, if possible, analyze the OSI model of naval warfare? OSI model. Analogize it to analogize it to naval warfare. Honestly, there's some interesting ideas here. Yes, probably I could, and I'm happy to work on that, but I don't think I can do it on the fly because honestly, it's been a long time since I was an IT technician, and I'd want to check my interpretation of what the IT phraseology means before converting it into a naval warfare model. But broadly speaking, yeah, I can, although I'd probably adapt it a little bit. A little bit, just a little bit. Hello, everyone. How are we all doing? This is, of course, Bruships, for those who don't know what Bruships is. It's where I talk about books and things until the Iron Brew runs out. Seeing as I'm starting with this bottle already half empty, don't worry, there are other bottles. I will keep this honest. And for those talking about the Blackburn, of course, you know, I did start off with this this having the image of that comes before the Blackburn in the Interwar Naval Aircraft series as the opening thing. So I should, just to be nice. Ta-da! Look away now. Right. The patron results are in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say hello to everyone, and then I'm going to announce the patron results because, frankly, that seems the easiest and fairest way to do it, so that everyone knows them. And so, let me just get. Sorry, for some reason the chat keeps disappearing for me through different layers of screen. So now I've tracked it down. Hello, Greg Sowski. Hello, Frank Spasato. Hello, Seneca Nero. Hello, Carl Gasbeck. Hello, Knight 6831. Hello, Paul Beswick. Nook. Hello, Theodore Roosevelt. Thank you for joining us, sir. It's always wonderful to be joined by one of the better presidents the United States has had. Hello, Derp Squad. Hello, Rick Vasava. Hello, John Shea. Hello, Shumi. Hello, Stafford. Hello, Felix B. Hello, Andrew Cox. Andrew Cox. I was in the UK this week and got to drink Iron Brew, eat British sausages, and visit HMS Belfast. What more can a man ask for? That sounds like. Well, it sounds like a fair number of my best days out. Frank Steiner, what is this cooling technology that battleships had between turrets and engines? Usually it was not much in the way of cooling technology, but they usually put things between them, like water tanks or actual rooms or physical anything. If you look at most of the designs for the Nelson, what becomes the Nelson class, both in the F freeze and the N freeze, basically there is the superstructure and all the systems which support that going down the center of the ship, and then the guns and ammunition is stored forward, and the engines are off, because you're dealing with such a lot of heat and energy that honestly physical distance is your best method at that time. They don't have. Occasionally, actually, I think a couple of ships did actually have their refrigeration units between them, but that wasn't really a cooling system idea, because refrigeration units themselves tend to make some heat, conversely enough. But it was basically, the idea was that they were very well insulated. Plus, they often used things like teak, etc. on some of the older ships. Hello, Sean V. Hello, Graham Harlander. That's reminding me of something, Graham. Yeah, you're all going to be very, very happy when the review for this book comes out. When I've got all the video together and I've edited it, you're all going to be absolutely ecstatic over the review for this book. And that's not being covered today. So, let's see, we've got as our voted options. Well, we have, on the 14th of October, Patron 34 is going to be Richard Vasava's The Naval Career of Jackie Fisher. It seemed appropriate. Then on the 17th of October, we have Bruships 59. On the 21st of October, well, probably it's going to be 58 as this one's 57, but yeah. 21st of October, we have the Battle of Trafalgar. So that's that live that day. And then on the 24th of October, we have Patron 35. Visions, the Imperial High Seas Fleet. Tarkin replaces Tirpitz, and Thrawn replaces Sheer at Jutland. I decided that was, of the ones which came second, the one which was most like both a Bruships and a Patron in terms of its sort of, it's a live discussion, but it is more like a Bruships than a traditional live. So I would put it on the Sunday. And we'll call that the sort of the what I usually put on Sundays are the Bruships, which are the Patron suggestions, which are more like Bruships, so more chatty. And on 28th of October, we have Interwar RN Logistics, the Good, the Bad, and the Singapore. And then the 31st of October, we have what will probably be Bruships 60. So that's what we've got coming up. The resulting votes are as followed. Of the potential 260 votes that could have been cast, it works it out, that's roughly 260. It's roughly 3 votes for every patron. A total of 74 votes were cast. But approximately 70 of the patrons voted. So, again, you can make 3 votes. I'm not that cruel. I don't limit you to 1. You have the option of 3 votes, so you can vote for 3. But no. Thank you for voting. Thank you for selecting. And suggestions for November will be going live shortly. I am trying to get more organized in getting those Patron up and working properly and functioning properly again. It's fallen a bit behind because of other work, but I'm trying to get it up to date now. Hello, Albazaski. What were the friendly relationships like between them and the men of the UK and German navies before World War I? they were pretty darn friendly. Let's put it this way. They had a lot of respect for each other. And the King George V class, their squadron of battleships, had actually just visited Germany not long before World War I broke out. They'd literally had battleships sitting in their harbour, chatting away. Felix B. I used only one vote. Knight 600. Damn it. Bruships 59 clashes with the Formula One from the US Grand Prix. Yeah. That is terrible. It's terrible. See, I did say that really the Grand Prix should clear their timing schedules with me first so it doesn't clash, but, you know, that's the way it is. Second note, will you do a Bruships reviewing your Ultimate Admiral creations? Actually, I probably will do. I have been having a few more chats with them, and they don't seem to mind me doing those sorts of things. So, I probably will do. In fact, I might make Bruship 60. That might well, the 31st of October might well become. Look at my Ultimate Admiral Dreadnought's creations. Frank, is there anything else that the recommended decommissioned CVs could be used for, not as proper carriers, but decoys or barriers instead of scrapping them? The trouble is with a decommissioned carrier, you can probably use it for lots of things, but can it take the weight to the aircraft you want to operate? You know, so it becomes a very big space. If you wanted to do sea basing with a lot of helicopters, that might work as long as the decks are strong enough. But again, it's what state is the hull in, what state are the engines in, what state is the power generation system in, what state are the comms in, what state are the hydraulics in on the lift systems, what state are all the crew accommodations in, what state. You very quickly work through this scenario and start going, oh, that's a big list. And that's the trouble with most of these things. They are big lists. They really are. Hello, Peter Dawson. Ooh. Fleet friendship. Same with the Royal Navy and KOK Kriegsmarine also. Yeah, they've actually got on quite well, the Austrian Navy. They seem to. Carl Gasberg. Right, nice second. What 683? Was AWACS the replacement for the Scout Bomber role? Not really. Magic Heron, if the TBM 3W Avenger AWACS had gone into service earlier during World War II, what difference would it make? Ooh, that could have made it very interesting. Basically, if you get airborne early warning radar, you can extend your radar picket a significant distance forward. So combined with aircraft fighters which have enough fuel and maintaining a cap, you can maintain your cap far further forward. You have a far greater horizon in terms of your ability to detect aircraft. You can probably reduce you can start engaging kamikazes probably at twice the distance out you did anyway. And that makes a difference. Especially when you have an idea where the enemy airfields are because you've taken out most air carriers, so you can position your AWACS pretty much up threat. So anyway, by the way, what do you think about the Italian Admiral de Feo? I'm just checking. Oh. Well, he was a very smart admiral. He was the one I was thinking of. But he was more of an engineering officer, really, than a strategician. And it shows in his approach to the fascisti. But he's not that bad. He's an admiral of his generation. Although, frankly, that is a hat and a half. That is a hat and a half. Let's put him up there so you can all see him. There you go. Vincenzo de Feo, Admiral of the Italian Navy. Paul Beswick. I built from the question. Did you get a response from Michael Clapp regarding the wargaming of HMS Vanguard being retained until 1982 and being used in Falklands? Not yet, but I'll send him an email and chat about it. Ask again. I think he'd have quite liked it. He'd have liked anything. This is going to sound strange, but actually what he'd most liked would have been a decent command ship. Because he loves Fearless, and he loved Intrepid. They were lovely ships. But they didn't really have the command facilities he needed for the operation he was suddenly in charge of. They had the command facilities which were appropriate to the idea of an administrative landing, where you were landing and reinforcing an allied nation, i.e. Norway, which was the theory. They did not have the command facilities which were designed to run an amphibious operation in a contested waters and contested area like the Falklands. Scott, do you think the G3's turret would have been moved behind the superstructure by the end of the design and build process? Well, you see, the whole thing was, it was where it was to shorten armor, but also to so you could keep all the engines in a certain place to provide the best power distribution and weight distribution in the hull. Interestingly enough, I think you could have ended up with the G3s looking like what we normally would call the F3 design. And I think that's possibly more practical as a conversion. But that would shift the center of mass slightly in the hull. Probably it would shift it from, and as a G3 design, probably somewhere in the under the superstructure to somewhere under C turret, as it would become. which might have an effect on it. I just want to see, can you go over Searchlights in naval warfare? I can do, but to what extent do you want me to go over them? Because there's a long-winded explanation, there's a 5-minute explanation. And this is technically the book review one. But the 5-minute one is... Searchlights come about in naval warfare fairly quickly. See if I can find a picture. Basically, the moment you get the idea of artificial light, you get the idea, well, or anything which has a sort of very bright light, they start being useful for naval warfare. Now, you can use them for two things. You can use them to illuminate your target or find your target. And you can use them, like in 1882, the Royal Navy did, to try and dazzle Egyptian forces from manning their artillery batteries in Alexandria. And they also, of course, used them to provide cover during the landing of troops. By 1907, the use of them to try and dazzle ships is quite common. And here we go. I think I will go with that picture. So bye-bye, young man. And hello. I took her knocked there. There you go. Now, this is the sort of searchlight you have by 1904. They kind of quickly develop, and it's the reason they develop so quickly is because searchlights have another pragmatic use, and this is again at sea. Lighthouses. Now, lighthouses are not searchlights, etc., and these sort of things. That's true. But the same technology used to focus and enhance the beam of a lighthouse in a far more rugged and simple way, cost-effective way, is used to focus and develop a searchlight. And that's the point. Searchlights for ships are for two reasons. They are to illuminate targets, they are to dazzle targets. Illuminate/find the targets. Torpedo boats are regularly using them to try and dazzle enemy gunners when they're trying to launch an attack on battleships. But there's a problem if you try and use these searchlights to do that, and they work this one out quite quickly. If you try and dazzle your target, and you're a torpedo boat, then you're going to run into a problem very quickly. Which is, yes, you might dazzle one gun, but you're also going to illuminate your position to the other half a dozen guns. Small problem. Just a small problem. So, they are useful, and they work well. But not always the most useful tool. But the thing is, for the best part of 40 years, they are their period's almost their period's version of radar for night fighting. And like radar, if you have the right equipment, they reveal where you. They reveal the your location. If the enemy has the right equipment, they reveal your location as well as theirs, and they often reveal your location first because you can see a searchlight moving in a distance a lot further away than the searchlight can see you. And the searchlight can be pointing in a completely different direction, and you can still see it and work out where your enemy is from there. It's the same with radar. If we consider to this day, a transmitting radar reveals its position a lot further away than it can detect any targets. The more powerful the radar, the more it can be detected further away. Same with sonar. Why do we spend so much time not using active systems? Because the moment you use them, you reveal your position a lot further away than you will reveal the enemy's position. It's why the F-35s are designed so much around not turning on their radars. Or if they do turn them on, turning them on for a very short amount of time, gathering the maximum data possible, and then shutting down. Mm-hmm. Frank Sputter, how many were usually on ships? How long is a piece of string? That's not me being facetious. That's actually really sort of truth, because you'd have usually between 4 and 6 big ones, but then you might have signaling lamps, which could also be used as small searchlights. You'd have attached backup ones. You might have other ones in boat positions, etc. So you could, on a large ship, you could have a lot. A few really big, powerful ones, but a lot smaller ones. On a smaller ship, you would probably have less. But you could still have quite a few. Graham Hanna, Commodore Clapham the Vanguard be like Jellicoe and his baby. You really want to fight? It would have been a lot. It would have provided Julian Thompson with a lot of fire support. Hello, Cascading. Am I just in time for live? Yes. Oh, look. AEW ad hoc could probably save many picket destroyers. True. His idea was all battles will be broadside, so only Q-style turrets. So no turrets fore and aft. Who's this? Is this Naval de Feo? Oh. He's an engineer, that wouldn't surprise me. Because that's the most efficient. It's like there are a few people who have been quite upset with some of my responses over the G3 because they go, no, it's the best design of battle cruiser, and it's a well thought through design. And I go, yes, it is. Engineeringly wise, it's a great thought through design, and there are lots of good reasons for what they've done, why they've done what they've done, and I can support them from an engineering perspective. From an operational perspective, though, not having a gun that can cover your stern is a pretty big problem. And that gun is no help. So, yeah, that gun is no help to cover your stern. That gun is on the G. And before we get into this too much, I will change it so this one has, so I can explain this more to people who are wondering what Alex is going on about. It's always fun when you speak about yourself in third person. Mm-hmm. Right then. So, hello everyone. Here is the G3. And if you can see there are 2 turrets forward of the superstructure and forward of the bridge main structure, superstructure, and then there is a 3rd turret after it. And then there are the secondaries at the back. That's all fine. That's designed in that way to try and give the best weight and power to distribution, all these things, and give the guns the best freeboard. You cannot, because of where the engine rooms, etc., and things are sited, move that turret back. You can't. But also, as you can see, due to the funnels, you can't fire backwards either. You've got quite an area of coverage, but honestly, you've almost got more rear coverage from the forward turrets than you do. Well, you do have more rear coverage, a sort of a greater degree of coverage from the forward turrets than you do from the aft turret. So it's not going to cover your rear. It can't fire forward because, as you can see, the superstructure's in the way, and it is not getting close to firing forward. So it's no help there. And this is, well, you know, I would have to say one of the issues that the easiest way to make it a lot more useful would be to switch it round so it's actually based up against the funnel rather than up against the superstructure, and that would give it a better firing arcs forward. But honestly, in its current position, it's not any help. You also notice that they do have secondary turrets forward. So this is quite a well-armed little ship. He says little, not that little. But it is, and I say this with love in my heart for it, it is not necessarily the best designed in terms of that turret. And that turret is there because of engineering reasons, because if you position there, you can do all sorts of things with the armor belt and weight saving and hull profile that make it really brilliantly efficient. But honestly, at a certain point, you have to justify that you're having that turret so you can say you have 9 guns. And you have 3 turrets. Not because that turret is actually practically that useful. Here's another option you could have done. Get rid of that turret. Move the superstructure back. Spread the guns a bit more on the forward guns, and maybe make them quadruple turrets. But of course, they're going for triple turrets this time. But you know, maybe try out a quadruple turret if you really want to have a lot more guns. Anything, but that turret is not efficiently useful. That is not. That is. I am a big fan of the Royal Navy. I am shameless about this. But I will critique it where it gets things wrong. And in this case, the G3 is a wonderful design. But there's that turret. (96831) Could USS Enterprise have been used to form the foundations of the Carrier Strike Group Air Wing with Hellcats, Corsairs, Helldivers, and Avengers? Or was she 2-1 out? If she'd been there, she could have done, yes. Professor, I saw an Argentina video today in Spanish. I think it was about Canada selling them frigates. As I don't speak Spanish, do you know anything about this, Dr. Clarke? They are rumored to be bidding, I think, for the Halifax class. Some of the old some of the Halifax class, which would be nice for them. There'll actually be some viable frigates by the time they get them, considering the Canada is running behind Britain in terms of procurement of Type 26. The British will probably have Type 26 and Type 31s in service. And Graham Hanna, officer commanding London District has a better hat than that hat. Probably. Brent Polis, do you think the US would be wise to reduce Ford production and build a lot more mid-sized units? Not really. Currently, they have Ford production at about 4 units, and they'll probably end up with a couple more beyond that. Maybe, but it's what scales are they going to have as their carriers, because they need a certain number of carriers. And the trouble is, it's mid-size. People always go, yes, that's more hulls in the water. Yes, but are you really going to pay for more aircraft? And are you going to pay for enough aircraft to generate enough air sorties? Because let's say you go for a Queen Elizabeth-style carrier, or what I would call a modern midway class. Or a modern... yeah, modern midway class. Or the Kitty Hawk class, really. Yeah. A Kitty Hawk class, actually, probably more than anything. Maybe a John F. Kennedy, but the Kitty Hawk class, something like that. That's a lovely ship. That's roughly 80,000 tons, fully loaded. So it's 20,000 tons odd lighter. It's conventionally powered. But it can still requires a decent-sized air group, a decent-sized crew, and it's useful for the US Navy. Ultimately, the US Navy is faced with a problem. It needs to maximize its presence. I would say far more problematic than the Fords, and it's, again, you have to think of this. If you're putting a new carrier in production, you are going to be talking about cutting the Fords just when they start to get cheaper, because you pay all the big bucks in the first 3 to 4 vessels of the class, and then they start going down in price, and the last ones get a lot cheaper, potentially, because you know all the problems, you fixed all the problems, and you're just churning out units. That's the other problem with replacing the Fords with anything else. But the biggest problem for the US Navy? The biggest problem for the US Navy is their destroyers. I love the books, but the hull's reached its maximum life. And they're still churning them out because they haven't got anything else. But they have got something else. And it's a very simple fix. You take the Zumwalt hull. You maybe extend it a bit. And you stick you use the power generation, all the facilities from that. That's great. And then you stick the Arleigh Burke systems of the latest flight in there for its air defense role. You give it a load of missiles. You call it a cruiser, you call it a destroyer, I don't care what you call it, but you can churn out a few of those quite quickly. Because, again, you've dealt with most of the problems. You're talking about using off-the-shelf the latest Burke systems, which you know how they work because you're building them in the Burke, and using the hull and the power generation systems from the Zumwalt class. Again, you know how well those work. They work fine. They work good. And you can build a modern-looking destroyer, which has a lot of space for upgrade, very quickly. You're not too late, Joanna Rodriguez. I'm going to change this now to the Type 83. So, 40. Stafford, I will say to you what I say to pretty much everyone when they start discussing the Type 83. Until we are told how big they are going to be, we have no idea whether they're going to be a letdown on that. At the moment, they're still discussing and conceptualizing things. In which case, what we need to do is we need to keep piling on the pressure and keep making the case. That's how you get these things. Once in West Wing, this TV program of a few years ago, there was a debate, and the character playing a guy called Senator Arnold Vinnick, who was the Republican running for president, and if you want to see what a really, really good potential Republican president would be like, look at Senator Arnold Vinnick. He is pretty much the worst nightmare for any Democrat because he could really win big. He puts it that the amazing thing about the market is it changes the way people think. That the fastest selling car in the most car obsessed culture in America, California, is the Toyota Prius. The Prius. He's right. But he doesn't know why he's right. If you make the conversation about the Type 83, is it going to be terrible compared to the Type 55? You make the conversation already negative, and you give the people who perhaps believe that spending money on a Type 83 is bad and wasteful, and we should be spending the money on different parts of the fence, or those people who don't believe in spending any money on the fence, an opening, because you're already arguing the negative case. If you argued open positive, you go, right then, the Type 83 is an opportunity. This is what it needs to be. And you make sure relentlessly on Twitter, in articles, in comment sections, in social media, it's relentlessly pushed as that. You set the timbre, you set the tone of the debate. And you basically push government thinking and position into what you want. We have the time. We have 2 odd decades at the moment before the Type 83s are really going to start being laid down. And so we've got plenty of time to start making the case and to really push the case. Because I don't see the Type 83s being laid down much before 2030, 2035, 2040. And you can make that case. Everyone can make that case. I honestly think myself that the Type 83s are going to end up becoming possibly an AUKUS project with Australia, and possibly something Canada gets involved in. Because I can see both those navies needing new destroyers, bigger ships around that time. And British manning is closer to them than American manning in terms of crew numbers. But it's up to us to set the tone of the debate. It's up to us to make sure there is a debate. It's up to us to make sure the facts are well understood in the public sphere. The amount of times I hear people complaining about the quality of the national security debate or the defense debate in the public, and I sit there and go, but is that because we don't talk to the public enough? We don't explain it to the public enough? When we do talk about it in public, we saturate our words with acronyms. And for those who don't know, the Type 83 is the name for the new destroyer the Royal Navy's planning. And I don't mean that patronising. There might be people who generally don't know. It's been announced by the British government that the next generation destroyer is going to be a Type 83. The interesting thing is we've currently got 45s, and they were preceded by 42s. 88 is usually a general purpose designator. So 4 means area air defense. But the last 8 we had was the Type 82 HMS Bristol, which was a far larger, far more capable ship than the Type 42s, which were supposed to be the air defense destroyers, the destroyer escorts in many ways. So by announcing the Type 83, the British government has basically announced they are building a far larger, far more capable destroyer to replace the Type 45s. The question will, of course, be how many do we get? Ideally, it's 8. Ideally, it's 9 to 12. 8 minimum, really. And ideally, they are far more capable than the current generation of ships. But that's only going to come about if the British public are on side and are helping to make the case to the government that that's what their tax pounds should be spent on. As Anuk has just pointed out, 96831, Enterprise suffered a kamikaze strike late in the war and was not repaired by the end of the war. I suspect she had any useful equipment stripped and cross-decked equipment stripped out and cross-decked equipment stripped as well. Probably. Let's see. Hello, Jean. Yes. Hello. Addressing is hello. Dejan Gavrik. Could Searchlights blind a pilot and thus shoot down a plane? Not really. They try to use it, and maybe on slower flying planes, but by the time it gets to World War II, it's difficult to try and keep up with these things. Dev Squad. Torpedo boats might even dazzle all the gunners on the target ship, but ships tend not to act alone. A lot like the Garand ping that gets people killed with an idea. The other ships would shoot. True. I know. F-35 uses burst mode radar. That's how I tend to describe it to non-specialist audiences. Hello, Michael Patton. 9681. During a carrier landing, what is the point where a go-around is considered not possible? When your tail hooker's caught. Frank Spanner. Dogsy, could a fleet bring a light ship with them to confuse fleet of being too close to shore? In theory, but most light ships are not really designed for rapid transit or keeping up with fleet operations. And plus, if it's moving, it becomes obvious. Paul Bestwick. Had to aid my better half in giving hay to our furry potatoes. So missed your response to my question. Never mind. We'll have to listen back and reply. Let's see. Just trying to find it. Bilgewater related question. Regarding the Wargame of HMS Vanguard being retained until 1982 and being used in Falklands. I think, as I said, I will email Michael about that again. But, yeah, I think he'd be interested. Come on, read Searchlight Dazzled. I read a gunner who was decorated Model 1 a night action for quickly changing day filter in gun sight and shooting out an attacking searchlight. Pretty good. Dev Scott. Regarding radar, the F-14s would use their radar to intimidate. The radar was powerful and had a distinct signature. A lot of enemies would disengage when they detected that radar. Too right, in their period of the F-14s, let's be honest, that's a big radar. And usually connected to very big, very fast missiles. Well, given an EA-6B Prowler crashed into an S-3B Viking on the USS Enterprise in 1998 when the pilot should have gone around... Yeah, there are issues. Did she tell... hello, Tasha Sue Vachel. Hello. K3 was a preferred design, but came out too large. But H3A is interesting when World War II is considered. There are lots of options which are interesting when they're considered. I think... I honestly, when I'm looking at G3s and F3, I do wish the F3 had happened instead of the N3 for the Nelsons. So, are there plans to save any of the Halifax class's museum ships? Not that I know of. Paul Westwick, do you think there might be a calibration by the RM USN regarding T-83 and DGGX? It's a potential. It depends. How keen are the USN on reducing crew numbers? Because it also depends on what the collaboration take part. There's probably going to be a collaboration on systems to an extent, anyway. But whether there's a collaboration in terms of design is a different matter. It depends on what they're looking for. Certainly, USN, RN, RAN, as in the Royal Australian Navy, etc., have far closer needs than the British did with the, I would say, with the French rather than the Italians for the Horizon project. Dr. Suvashel, the L-type design preliminary was something like a 12-inch deck, but no actual belt armor, as the deck was playing a similar role to the old protected cruiser-type turtle deck. Always fun to have. It would definitely provide you with a lot of protection from plunging fire. Nice around. Does the US Navy need new repair ships, and why have they fallen out of favor? As the US Navy hadn't had one since USS Jason retired in 1995. I would say they do. I would say if you're starting to... Okay, you need repair ships if you think you're going to be forward-basing and operating in an area where your opponent might well have already taken out your systems, might have taken out the port facilities. So that is why you need them. That's good. Read Birkins or Mods. The US Navy is facing its most determined, pernicious, and dangerous foe, the USS Congress. They're not that bad at the moment. Vision. I would like a Zumwalt with a stern gun, like Tickerunger Spruce. I don't think they really need them these days. Anna, biggest problem with the Fords was simultaneous development of emails, AG, weapons, lifts, new reactor, new island position. As far as I know, island and reactor are only parts without problems. Because they're the most traditional sections. Calum Gasman. And Bert's complement is like 320, Zumwalt's 180 or so, as per wiki. So crew costs would soon compensate. Yes, they would. And... And you also have to remember that for the Royal Navy, the Type 45s have, I think, a crew of 100 and roughly 180. So I wouldn't be surprised with the future destroyer program if that is the sort of the aim the Americans and the Brits are sort of aiming at, because 180 is roughly about the number, especially if you're growing the size of the ship. If the RN do end up with 15,000 ton Type 83s. Frank Spanner, Dusty, what other class of cruiser could Argentina have had that may have caused even greater concern to the RN and Falklands? Well, we tend to focus on the Belgrano because of her guns. And that would have certainly made her problematic, and her exocets, or rather the exocets of her task group. But let's be honest, if she'd been an Aegis cruiser, she'd have been far more problematic. If she'd been a Kirov or a Slava, I think the Kirovs were, I don't know if the Kirov class they come into service later. I think it's probably just Lava at that time. They're in service. So you could have theoretically, if some one of the they'd been commissioned, Admiral Shafkov, Kirov, was commissioned in 1980. So theoretically, yeah, because. Let's see, can I find the picture I have? BCGN. I know I have a BCGN. I have a picture of one of them somewhere. Oh, that's the thing. That's the trouble with trying to put a picture up quickly to questions. Where is it gone? Okay, let's find this one. If you'd had this in the Argentinian fleet rather than the Belgrano, that would have been slightly more worrying to the RN. So there are lots of cruiser options out there which would be more worrying than the Belgrano, but they had the Belgrano. Seneca, do we have 2 decades, or is it no before War 1942 situation? Honestly, Seneca? Honestly? The period to be really worried is going to be the 2030s. But I would say we're not out of the we won't be out of the woods till 2050s. 20 years might buy us the time and the balance for other systems to be built and put in place to keep peace. But, and there is a fluffy research assistant woofing, we won't know. I hope for peace. I don't believe in preparing for it. I believe in preparing for war and hoping for peace. I believe in being prepared for the worst, but hoping for the best and doing my level best in every other way I can to prepare to make sure we have the best. And peace is always better than war. That's on. Don't forget the Type 81 frigate. I won't forget the Type 81s, but the last ones were the Type 82s. They were general purpose. Ideally 12. Well, ideally 12, but 9 is what I'm 9 is what I will probably have to accept. Surgeon 90. Do you conceivably see a joint Anglo-American destroyer? That's theoretically what could be done. Gross, already calling them things like Type 82 or Type 83 makes the general public's eyes glaze over. No one understands the numbers. They should use evocative historical names. Don't worry, me and Drac are already ahead of you on that one, and there is an article coming out on SimSec soon. No one wants war, 96831. The trouble is, that doesn't mean they don't go if there is war. If you'd asked everyone in 1937 whether they wanted war, they wouldn't have wanted it. There's a famous debate. Is it right to die for king or country in Oxford or Cambridge? I forget which one went. All these things prior to World War II, they still go. No one wants war during times of peace. During times of war, they do what they have to do. Do not ever, though, make the mistake which Hitler, Mussolini, and other nations did, and I would argue the biggest one is Tojo, that a desire to not want war, a desire for peace, means you won't fight. Those are two completely different things. There is a desire to have peace, and there is a refusal to be walked all over. A respectful peace is what is preferred. And disrespectful peace is rarely tolerated for long. Just as call them the Victory or Hood class or any other well-known and public will be interested. Graham Hunter, aren't they planning on refitting the Bristol? I thought I'd read briefly they were. No, she's being scrapped. Pleasure, Stafford. Next one, Dr. C. What is the most Gordian award or picture of awards you have ever seen? Basically, anything that's come out of North Korea in the last couple of years. I am starting to expect to see signs on any of their senior officers soon saying, please read over leaf. That's good. The Cyber freeze. It'll be the opposite of the late 1890s. Navy want 8. The Treasury will allow 6, so they'll compromise and build 4. I don't think so. I think this one, the Treasury has already found itself in problems over and over again. And honestly, the Treasury has changed its standard of funding recently. So, okay. So, defense spending, etc., was always judged by certain values. They always judge them by certain values. And they've just changed the metrics for valuing defense spending. And that's actually made Royal Navy spending far more attractive to the Treasury because the metrics, they've increased the value. Instead of, it used to be value for money was the critical thing, i.e. getting it as cheap as possible. Now the most critical thing is made in the UK. And of course, for the Air Force and for the Army, there are issues with that. The Army's program has not recently gone into all sorts of trouble. The Ajax. Ouch. That's going to have to be solved by either chopping and going new program or a lot more money. And they brought in new management, which is usually code for this is on the last rung of hoping it works. And what they're whereas naval spending, the ships are built in the UK. A huge number of systems are built in the UK. A lot of the equipment comes, a lot of the other equipment comes in the UK, and of course employs a lot of people in the UK in key areas and importantly key constituencies. Which means for both blue and red parties in the UK, and even for the yellow party, depending on some of their seats, naval spending has suddenly become a very important matter. So it might actually be the Royal Navy asks for 8, the Treasury wants 6, and they get 10 because of politicians. We can always hope. So, a World War II convoy loaded with machine parts and weapons comes to Napoleonic era England before Trafalgar. What happens next? A big party. And then they start working out what they're going to do with it. If it's loaded with machine parts and the stuff needed to build an industrial base, they've already got some industrial base and some industrialists. They've got some very smart people. They'll probably work out how to use it. And then we'll see what gets built. If the convoy comes equipped with warships, then I'm fairly certain they figure out a way of powering those warships. If they were coal-powered Flower-class corvettes, they'd be happy as anything. Because some coal-powered Flower-class corvettes could actually probably, if they had a few of those, I think they did have a few, could actually probably go down to Trafalgar and assist Nelson. Steph Johnson. So I'm torn about news about the Halifax. So I've been laughing because Otter will be sold down the river. Yeah, there was a lot of vitriol when HMS London was sold. That's Clarke. What is the best place to buy books pertaining to naval history outside Amazon? I just want to support someone other than Amazon, to be honest. There are usually some very good independent booksellers. I have an independent seller. I tend to go to a lot of secondhand stores and a lot of bookstores like that. I have to admit, some of my books come from Amazon, but I also buy directly from the publishers. Publishers like Pen and Sword, etc., often have their own websites, and you can buy directly from them. And I have been told, although I'm not 100% sure on this, if you buy directly from the publisher, they tend to pass on a portion of the increased profits to the author. But I don't know if that's true or not. I haven't yet received any royalties from my book because it doesn't go out till January. Oh. Take care, Vision. 9684. I think you forgot the second question about the repair ships. I think I answered them. Rex on it. Dr. C, would you cover naval conspiracies to try to bump up your viewer count, or is that going too far? There are a few which I would probably consider looking at, but I'm not. Let's put it this way: there is a level I will go to, and the reason the shorts haven't come out yet is because I found a new app for my phone, which means I can hopefully change the background behind me and put pictures of the ships, etc., up behind me. We'll see how it goes. Let's see. Discord. I think 2024 and 2499 will most likely flashpoints in the foreseeable future. I'm going for 2035, but I can understand you. Night Ticket on Trenton. What do you think of the CV6 CSG Airwing? 12 Hellcats, 12 Corsairs, 8 Hellcat NFs, 16 Helldiver Night Fighters, 16 Helldiver and 20 Avenger bombers, 8 Hellcat RS and 4 AW Electronic Warfare, 4 AW and 2 COD and 10 ASW Avengers. That's a fairly comprehensive air group. That's good. I'm sure the Royal Navy would have been concerned if Argentinian Navy had Kirov class rocking around from somewhere. Yeah, that would have. This would have been a nightmare. That's a lot of missile firepower. By the way, if you want to know what would probably have convinced the Royal Navy they did need to have American help and have an American carrier along there, this. Because you do not want to fight this without airborne early warning. You really don't. Gordon Smith, Oxford. It was Oxford which had the debate, not Cambridge. I wasn't sure which one. I couldn't remember which one it was, but it was Oxford. Paul Westwick, I think the Iron needs an aircraft with two of the F-35B engines spaced 3 meters apart, leaving a gap between them behind the pilot, free for larger weapons and fuel, if that wide. That would be very, very wide, and very. That would be you again. You have a fixed amount of space in your carrier, unless you are going to cut your carriers down the middle and add a new section into them. Which actually, with the interesting enough, with the twin island design and the Queen Elizabeth class, you actually might be able to do. Thinking about it, thinking about the design, I wouldn't like to do it. It wouldn't be easy or cheap, but you know. Other than that, your carrier is going to stay the same size. Your hangar is the same size, so you go for a much aircraft that much bigger than an F-35. You're going to carry a lot less of them. Sujan, 90. Things don't just happen because prime ministers are keen on them. Neville Chamberlain was very keen on peace. Neville Chamberlain was very keen on peace, but he was also trying to buy time to prepare for war, which he did think was coming. Sam Thompson, Dr. Clarke, given the ships I've sent you in general stances, what do you think my tattoo says? While I breathe, I hope for and despise the hardships of war. That would make sense. It's always better to be strong enough to prevent a war. The AW Avengers Airborne Early Warning. No, Trent Lincoln. The AW Avengers in CV6 Carrier Strike Air Wing had a unique downlink, uplink. The IJN would have spotted and prioritized the target. The attrition rate of unique signatures night CVs bore this out. I understand your idea, Paul Swerswick, and it sounds like a cool aircraft. I'm just thinking about the space on the aircraft carriers. For the US Navy, that might work. They've got far bigger carriers, and they've got far bigger hangars as a result. That's good. A people who want peace when pushed to war are far more determined to see victory than people who wanted war in the first place. That's something. Hello, Crazy Warriors Cat fan. Hello. I hope I'm making enough breaks in this as I go. I'm adding one in about every 10 minutes. Susan 90. Warspite deserves to get a class name. That she does. Graham Hanna. Dolce et decorum es pro parte more. Does come to mind. And not in good ways. North Korean middle counts. The senior commanders could be captured with the use of electromagnet. Yes. Honestly, I've often thought that was a possibility of whenever people go about decapitation strikes on North Korea, I go, why bother with a strike? Just fly a very large magnet over them. 96831. Could the Hawker Siddeley P138B have worked, or was it doomed to cancellation? It could have worked. Well, nothing's doomed to cancellation. It could have worked from an engineering perspective, but it's whether the government's prepared to put the money into it. Rick Vasala, going the amount of medals per person, North Korea has the best armed forces, hands down. This from the size of medals. Frank Spanner, what are the fundamental aspects of power and engineering that were only broken through during World War II, that if available before, it could have changed things dramatically, other than just nukes? You see, most of the big changes that come into fleets during World War II are discoveries which have been discovered in the mid to late 1930s already, but just haven't been implemented because of cost and because of turning them into something practical. I would say the higher electric current stoke is the really critical thing that allows you to power the radar, that allows you to, especially rotating radar, that allows you to power electrically powered weapon systems and electro-hydraulic weapon systems. Because if you consider some of the things like the guns, the 4.5s that the Daring class are fitted with, etc., if you'd had the technology prior to the war, or prior to those technologies prior to World War II, you could have made those 4.5s work. And you could have fitted them on tribal class destroyers, you could have fitted them there, everything, if you think about those 4.5s. And honestly, I was having this conversation the other day with someone who was thinking about the Battleship New Jersey video, which has come out, and various other questions. And I haven't been asked that in a Patreon question yet, and I'm quite glad I haven't been asked, because it's quite a complicated one, i.e. what would the future Royal Navy fleet have looked like? I've had a few comments like that, but I'm planning on skirting them, because they're, well, not skirting them, answering them, but answering them in a quick couple of minutes way rather than a long presentation way, because that's going to require a lot of detail. Because if you'd had the time to get those things fully function into the gun design, those 4.5s could have made a very big difference to World War II. 4.5s combined with radar that you could have had in circa 1942 if you hadn't had war break out in 1939 would have been a very big thing. Combine that with Barracudas, which are, of course, combined torpedo dive bombers, monoplane, very efficient aircraft design for that period, especially given peace to work out the problems rather than war, when you're constantly dealing with competing assets, competing interests and stressed assets, and the gull-winged supermarine aircraft, which is sort of analogous with the Spitfire, but is basically has a different, has the gull wing design, etc., and various things, so it can use the sort of Spitfire style body shell and frame, but still deal with the rigors of deck landing, so it wouldn't have the problems of the Seafire had. I think you have a very interesting air group, and I think you have a very capable force. What's interesting is what comes after the Indefatigables, and what comes in terms of cruisers and all those things. Okay. Professor, your thoughts on the announcement that the second SL is going to be a Royal Marine? Yeah, that's fairly good. They tend to be very smart people, smart these days. Very good bright fingers, and it shows the importance of the Royal Marines. And it provides another senior Royal Marine in the command structure. 96831, who was it that said the 40mm Bofors were useless against the jet? I'm not sure, but I think they were wrong. Paul Johnson, if Scotland gets an independence, where do the ships get built? Are the yards in the rest of the UK big enough to pick up slack? Yes. Yes. The odds are yards, which in the UK would pick up the slack. You'll probably be looking at Harlander Wolf and Camel Lairds, both of which have just got various naval contracts. Not that they're being prepped just in case. There was an interesting conversation a few months back with someone who basically said, "Oh yeah, well Scotland wouldn't lose those contracts," and the director of BAE turned around and said, "Well, actually, it's written into those contracts, and we have to maintain yard facilities that they can be built. So we have a contingency plan to build them in there. They have to be built in the British soil." And now that we've changed it so that RFAs have to be built in British soil as well, Yeah, it's interesting because of course we got the tankers from South Korea, the Thai class, and yeah. Trent Lang, a good friend of mine, has the classified USN Project Cadillac files. The AW used a TV download in the VHF band. That was absolutely unique. IJN LNet gear covered the relevant band. Ouch. John Smith, I'm not sure Treasury at MD has ever understood the concepts of value for money, functionality, or need, unless it's a good job for seniors or civil servants. They have their own definitions of what is value for money. And now their definition for value for money includes being built in Britain. So that's good for the Navy. Okay? We'll leave that to one side. The rest is interesting, but it's good for the Royal Navy. Hello, Confidential 1207. 96831. I've seen a comparison between the Halifax rudder problems and the ones that plagued the Boeing 737. So does this comparison work? It's not without application. Natasha Sue Vachel. Let's see. To sell a defense policy to the public, you usually need to project an enemy that they can at least see a potential threat from. Who do you imagine will possess the greatest threat the public will accept? Now, that's an interesting question. Who do you imagine the public would accept as a threat? The fact is, most threats we've known about for a while. But, and I say this as a glorious man, there is a difference between a threat as in this is an enemy who is going to attack the UK, and this is someone who we have to balance in order to deter conflict. And the fact is, during the Cold War, the balance case was made. And it was made successfully enough that it maintained funding. And I have a feeling the balance case might be made about Russia and China again, because, and I say this without malice for either in my heart, both are nations who unashamedly go after their own interests. And there is nothing necessarily wrong with that. The trouble is, at certain points, those interests conflict with our interests. And if they think they have the power and on their side, they will probably inclined to push it, thinking that and believing that we will just give in. The problem is they can do that a few times, and then next time they won't, and that's when you end up with war. If they believe that the power is even, they are more inclined to negotiate, which we will tend to be happier with, even if we don't necessarily get the perfect solution for interests out of negotiation, which won't lead to war. So this is the problem. It's about balance. It's about balance in terms of a Jedi's form of balance, rather than necessarily balancing the scales. Balances in terms of harmony within the structure. And you keep that by going, look, you are strong. We are strong enough, though, we can't be ignored. You're contracting our interests. You're maybe affecting our allies. Let's sit down and talk about this. If you can do that, you can achieve things. And that was largely the problems. The problem in, if we go use the classic European examples, but we can also use the Far East example in the 1930s as well. The problem for Britain and America with managing Japan and its interest in China and the way they affected us and us not liking it, we couldn't do anything about it because we didn't have enough force we could deploy to the area in terms of the deterrent factor. We couldn't set a stabilization force down. We didn't have a strong enough alliance between Britain and America to put a stabilization force in the region to go, look, sorry, no, war ends here. We're stabilizing. This area is now protected. There are British troops there. You enter that area, you're in trouble. Boom. No. Line in sand drawn. Bye-bye. Let's negotiate this now. Well, we've got our troops here. And if you consider with Germany in 1914, the Navy realizes it can't win a war versus Britain. The entire risk fleet strategy is arguably based on a position of weakness. It's the army which thinks it can win the war. The entire Schieffelin plan, if you look at it, ignores the Navy at all. It's supposed to knock out France and Russia quickly before it becomes a long war, and the Navy's not even a factor. At no point is the Navy a factor. If the Navy was a factor in the Schieffelin plan, there'd be an amphibious operation to go around some of the French defences. Because if you think about it, that would be a very good use of their fleet to charge along the French coast. But no, they don't do that. Their entire thing is they're a fleet in being to deter the British. It's not going to work. And if we talk about Germany in World War II, Germany is waging war largely because they don't have the money to not wage war. Not because they're prepared for war. The whole reason they go after Czechoslovakia is to get a tank factory, largely. To get the Skoda works. So they can get artillery and all sorts of things to actually make their armies viable for any more wars. Because they can't produce enough themselves. Then, of course, Goering's brother is in charge of that factory, and things don't go to work. But they go to plan. But hey-ho, these things happen. But it doesn't. F-35 only has a single engine. True. There's nothing wrong with only having a single engine. The times I get told by people, and I prefer a twin-engine aircraft for operating from a ship, I really do, from the Rangers. But I would also point out the Fulmar was a single-engine aircraft. The Swordfish was a single-engine aircraft. The Albacore was a single-engine aircraft. There's been a long history of single-engine aircraft operating from carriers. Hieroglyph cannot unsee draws me in, and now I am planning to stay. I'd hear it. Can we name a carrier class Jellicoe and then name one of the ship's boats BT? Why be that cruel to Jellicoe and always have BT in one ear? Remember, do we need more ships or containers to facilitate distribution of your book? It's containers. Hello, Yickers. Jermac, the double 35 would be a hangar hog of F-14, A5, or F-1 size. Yes, it would basically be a US carrier. Ramrazer, you would have fewer aircraft, but they would be more capable in theory. It's numbers versus capability debate. True, but you do need a certain number of aircraft. It's like the RN has long ago realized you need at least 18 aircraft for air defense. That's why, believe it or not, the Invincible class was supposed to have 18 Harriers. The Royal Navy during World War II, 18 fighters were needed to defend a carrier battle group. 18 to keep enough aircraft in the air. So, Queen Elizabeth class is built around the concept of having 36 F-35Bs. So that's enough for air defense of the carrier battle group. And a strike force. Hence, strike carriers. Given the warship triad of speed, protection, and firepower, it'd be interesting to look at how various warships figured out which two they would pick and the consequences of those choices. It would be. Let's see. Who is the Royal Marine version of Chesty Puller? Nick Vaux. He's Falklands War. He's the commander of 4-2 Commando. Look him up. HMS Fearless down, 96 and HMS Fearless down to A4 B Skyhawk with a 40mm both of us. I think so, yes. The USN went Trent Clunker. The USN went far as way to bury IJ in exploitation of Allied IFF post-war. It is roughly in the same class of alternate reality as Firstly Lord Beatley's Jutland. Yep. Carmen, the emoji on your live screen in my evening, when no leaders turn, the emoji on your live screen is my evening when no leaders turn up to a meeting with them. Thank you. Everyone. If Scotland goes independent, their shipbuilding industry would need foreign orders to survive. Yes. Real UK vessels must be built. Vessels must be built with the UK. Could the Milford Haven watery become a dockyard again? Appreciate it would need an all-new infrastructure, but surely this has some advantages that can be made larger. There are options. They would definitely be looking for spaces to maintain and repair the carriers. So Milford Haven and Poole probably could be looked at. Graham, Scotland will not become independent. It'll get settled a different way. The support in reality isn't as strong as might be thought. That's certainly what I'm hearing from my cousins up there. Hieroglyph, which is closer, England or Europe, which speaks the same language, England and Europe? Scots want to... I'm not going to repeat that, but yeah. There are some definite interesting. Well, no one's counting out the SNP 96831. They're definitely committed. But I'm fairly sure that there are quite a large number of Scottish nationalists who don't also want to be part of the United States or Europe. And of course, Europe has got the Poland issue and various other nations' issues at the moment going on, so that could end up having an effect. Greg Sussy, Ford will take down a jet quite happily if it can hit it with enough rounds before it flies past. World 2 Bofors installations weren't up to it. Mon-updated Bofors can. Rovensky's binocular supplier. Hello, long-time lurker here. Just wanted to say I became a patron about 5 minutes ago. You're the reason I created a YouTube account to subscribe. Please know your work is greatly appreciated. Thank you. I'm very glad. And thank you. I'm glad you became a patron as well. That's fun. It's always nice to have more people to vote. And as said, the topic suggestions are going to go live probably this week, as are some slides from various episodes. And while I'm doing this, I'm going to put up one of the slides. I'm not going to explain it much because I don't want to, spoil it. But is that one the right one? Because we got the Battle of Havana on Tuesday as Long Patrol. And that's proved a lot of fun to put together. And yeah, I'll go with slide 6. You know, it's the Battle of Havana. It's part of the War of Jenkins' Ear. It's going to cause a lot of fun. I'm fairly sure there'll be a lot of you laughing at the end of it, because there are a fair number of jokes which come out of me during talking about the War of Jenkins' Ear. Rapid Raceback. Deterring China is going to take a sustained armed presence in the region. The questions are from who, with what base, where. And also the questions are, if America has to be based in the Pacific, who and have to focus their force on does Britain have to take a more stronger role in North Atlantic to back up Canada and Denmark with Russia? It is not a 0-1 game. It's not a binary game. And also, the British sending carriers out to the Far East is going to probably become quite a common thing, because we're sending them out there in many ways to build up relationships out there and help them with training. A British carrier turning up is a way to bring together various training groups, as you've seen with the Americans, Canadians, Australians, everyone gathering, and the Japanese gathering for their group training together. It's a useful thing, a British carrier coming out there, because it provides another set of interpretation, another set of eyes coming out for training with, and another set of perspectives. So that's a useful service to our allies. Expect it to become quite common. Sutra 90. Balance like the Federation, Romulan, Klingon trifecta. Yeah, honestly, that's it. It's more a case of we're 3 different systems, but we have to find a way of getting along. And the trouble is, if you consider it, did the Federation want war? No. But if the Federation had been weak, then frankly there were factions within the Romulans and the Klingons who might have started war. And again, within the Federation, if the Romulans or the Klingons have been weak, there's Section 31 and a strange militaristic element within the Federation itself, which might have actually tried to take advantage of that, or at least caused issues. So it's a balance thing. It's a harmony thing. But the thing is, that means you're not predicting or presenting war. You are, in a way, respecting them. You're going, right then, you have built up your strength to this level, that because we need to build our strength up to make sure that we are at a level at which we can be mutually respectful of each other, that we don't feel weak. Because that's the other problem. If someone builds up their strength dramatically, and you don't, then you feel weak, and you suddenly become more scared of them. And that makes you bad at negotiating, because you're negotiating from a position of psychological weakness. Even if you don't really have that, psychologically you feel weaker. And that means you are fearful of what they do. You are suspicious of what they do. If you feel strong yourself and you feel confident yourself, you're going to be less suspicious, less reactive, more likely to see what's actually going on than a perception which is guided by your own fear. It's basic human psychology. I'm quite a big guy. When I'm walking my dog, especially the big fluffy research assistant, and if I do a late night walk with him and I'm walking around, that's quite a big thing, walking up the paths. I tend to, if I'm walking along and I see a lone woman walking along or a lone other person walking along, I tend to cross the street to make sure I'm on the other side of the road. This means I can keep up to the same pace I need to for the dog, because the dog doesn't like to walk slowly. But it also means I'm not threatening them. I'm not putting them at a disadvantage, because I am big and I am quite powerful. I make a decision to back off. because I don't want to scare them because of the things that have gone in the world and paper and the paper presence things that have happened. But conversely, this has meant that in the past, sometimes these people, this has happened a couple of times actually, when there has then been a car or something which has slowed down or something and looked quite weird, I've ended up with those people coming towards me. And one woman actually asked if I wouldn't mind walking along with her because she was worried. She was worried about the people in the car because I'd taken the not wanting to intimidate, stepped across the road because I was bigger. She'd taken that as me being respectful, so she decided that, frankly, the option was I was a safer option, and that she was worried about them because they were slowing down their car and gone by twice. And so she was walking with me and the big dog. That's fine. I, at that point, was going, do I think this lady's a dog napper? No, but walk in front of me. Again, I feel confident enough, big enough. I'm not going to be worried about it. I'm quite happy to give her the benefit of the doubt. I've got the dog next to me, and I've got her in front, and it's fine. But because there's dog napping in my area, which I don't like. It's not nice to do that. It's not nice to do anything right like that. But the thing is, I could do that because it was a balance of strength. I knew how I have confidence in myself, my abilities, my training, my experience, and my size. That means that I'm confident. Whilst I don't believe I'm Superman, I know where I'm coming from. And it's the same when we start talking about building ships up and building fleets up. You are building because you don't want to have to do a crash build later. It's far cheaper to build it longer term than to build it short term. But it also gives you a far more confident approach to the world, which means you're less likely to act precipitously or reactively, which means less likely to have unfortunate incidents like the War of Jenkins' Ear, which lead to a war. And hieroglyph. Celtic is spoken quite a lot. Mainly, but it does have variations. There's Welsh, Cornish, Irish, and Scottish. Each has their own flavour, and whilst there are similarities, there are differences. If you go into Wales, it's... how do I put it? Scottish tends to be spoken a lot quicker and comes out slightly sharper. Welsh tends to be slightly lower and more lyrical, and the vowels tend to sound like they're slightly elongated. I don't speak it; I listen to it a lot. But Cornish one is the one which I am most familiar with, and I do speak a couple of words in when I'm down in Cornwall, and I've been listening at the area, and I'm otherwise not going to try and pronounce it here because I'll just mangle it horribly. But they have that, and Irish is. I'm Cornish, so I can't say which of the four I think is the prettiest and sometimes the nicest to listen to. But there is a very good Scottish poet on Twitter, and she produces some excellent stuff, which really does highlight the language and its beauty. Thus, God, the reason of Germany invaded Czechoslovakia was for Czech gold reserves. Anschluss of Austria was for similar reasons. Yeah, but the Sudetenland, that the northern part of Czechoslovakia was actually for the factory. Once they got the weapons factory, they then start building out quite a lot of other stuff. Well, no, the Sudetenland basically gets within strike range of it, and then they do the gold, but the factory's almost more important than gold. In fact, probably more important than gold. I remember, single engine aircraft are fine until the engine fails. Yep. Next one up. The Saro. How many engines did the Corsair have? One. Russia needs binocular supply. To go completely off topic to Iron Brew, in my US supply supermarket is about £1.5 for 500 mils. Is that a good price? No, that's probably a good price for America. I'm not sure. In the UK, it'd be about £1. This 2-litre bottle costs me, well, with sugar tax and everything else, at current costs because of various interest things, it costs about £2 a bottle. 2 litres. I love it. Steve Windish's point is, I don't care about the cost. What supermarket has Iron Brew? Walmart had it, but not anymore. Yeah, I know what my listeners are focused on. Remember, I was expecting a Norman Freeman book in the mail. I received something else. It's a good book, but it's like expecting a present but getting socks. Yeah, that happens. Which one were you expecting? By any chance, was it... this one? Because I have to say... the first thing I noticed was when I put it next to the British submarines in 2 World Wars was the thickness difference. But it's very, very good. It's very fun, and it's got a lot of interesting content in it. Including, they admit that, things like this, the propulsor's been omitted for security reasons. There is a book review coming for it on a book or two to review shortly. That's one of the reasons why I have to admit I haven't done as many probably book-focused ones, because some book I tend to do the new books in a book or two to review, and I tend to do my second-hand finds in the Bruships, because I think that's where they come across best, and that seems to be the more popular way to do them. But the problem with that, to an extent, is that, well, my second-hand books, I've got a lot on order, but they haven't arrived yet. So that's some delays on them, including a very nice one on ship design, which I'm trying to get hold of. Gavin, so it's okay. Welsh pilots are part of the same group who moved from Europe and Ireland and the UK, and then when Rome invaded, were forced into the west and northwest Scotland, north in Scotland, Wales, and Cornwall. Thanks, right. Nick Vaux was in the Hellos at Suez. Yes. The Japanese, there are lots of people going to be buying F-35Bs, I think, soon. I have a feeling South Korea is probably going to make an order for their planned carrier, because I'm fairly certain that's going to turn into a reality quite quickly with the South Koreans. They're going to go from considering a carrier to getting a carrier very, very quickly. Rapper, could our Scotland use Iron Brew as leverage? Unfortunately, at that point, you might have an invasion spearheaded by me and Drac. Sure. My impression is that there is a lot of people in Scotland that like the idea of independence but don't want the reality, along the lines of people in the states that want California or Texas to go free. In my experience in Scotland, there are a chunk of people, not a majority, but a significant minority, a very significant minority, who want independence. But the trouble is actually asking them what that independent Scotland will look like and what it will do gives you a vast range of answers. And it's kind of like the Brexit thing over again, in that this is one of the problems, because of the way the Brexit campaign and Brexit referendum was run. And I don't like getting into politics too much, but I will explain this one. Okay, because the government was trying to play both sides, in that you had David Cameron, the Prime Minister, trying to be neutral and going, "We're being neutral," and the Chancellor heading the Stay campaign, and going, yes, we're staying in. The British government actually didn't do any work on what Brexit would look like, and the Leave campaign were not staffed or equipped in a way at which they could do that. They were a political campaign. They couldn't answer those questions because they didn't have access to the data or the information which they would need to formulate those answers. So anytime anyone could ask them a question, they couldn't really be pressed, because they could go, well, what has the government supplied the information? The government didn't, because the government presumed it was going to win, because the government was really on the Remain campaign. And that's where 90% of the problems come from in Brexit. Now, a lot of people voted for Brexit. They wanted to leave the European Union. And I think the most of them had an idea it was going to... I disagree with anyone who says they had no idea what they're voting for. They all thought it was going to be easy. No one thought it was going to be easy. They all thought it was going to be hard. Everyone I've talked to over the years since, none of them thought it was going to be a quick or easy process. The problem you have is that there was no planning, no preparation done before it. And then you have a leadership campaign where the person who was the front person for leave gets, the nicest way, stabbed in the back by their deputy, who thought they could use that to get themselves the leadership, but didn't get the leadership. And so you had, and poor Theresa May became Prime Minister, and Theresa May was lovely, but basically she got to become Prime Minister because she was the person who no one else really serious wanted the job. And so she got it by default. And she reacted by trying to take charge of things by signaling starting Article 50 and all sorts of things as quickly as possible. But she didn't really, again, the work hadn't been done. The work should have been done before the referendum was called. The work should have been done before the Act of Parliament that voted for the referendum went through. There should have been a proper, and I would say honest and unbiased, analysis done, with the fors and against of both sides put together properly, and at least circulated to the politicians, but hopefully actually if it was circulated to politicians, it would get disseminated wider anyway. But the thing is, looked through. But it wasn't. And this, I think, is part of the trouble when I look at the Scottish plans for independence. There are lots of different plans, and there are some grand unifying plans, but then you look at them and you go, but that doesn't work that way. It's like the question I always ask people about oil and gas. Where does oil and gas get value? When it comes out of the ground or after it's been refined? And if you keep relying on, let's say, offshore energy, that's a lovely thing to rely on. But it depends a lot on offshore wind energy, wind power, and all these things. Depends a lot on huge government subsidies, most of which come from central government, i.e. come from Westminster. There are, to continued investment, because it does require continued investment to keep offshore wind farms going. They're expensive things to set up. Not cheap. None of the renewables are cheap to set up. That's half the problem with them. The other half is that every time we start developing a new system, we pick one, in a few years we're halfway through and a better version of it comes out. Just annoying. So, is it hard to prepare so many different topics in such small time for a YouTube channel compared to university work? Not really. I'm a contract lecturer, so I'm used to being given about 2 days' notice and having to prep a 3-hour lecture. So compared to that, it's easy. But yeah. It's fun. Also, sometimes I honestly do go back to my university lectures and go, what can I nick from here? And there is always the prior that if I have slides which are relevant from previous presentations, I can reuse and adapt those. So there's always options there, but not really. I quite like doing this stuff. And this one, it's a fairly easy slide to put together. Currently, I've got a holding table there. That table is going to be updated. That table, I have to admit, I ripped from Wikipedia, quite shamelessly. But that's because I'm using it as the base of the base table, because I've got 4 different books which each have slightly different figures, and I'm basically using the wiki figures which I know which book they come from, and I'm checking it across with the book which is closest to those figures as well. So it's going to be an amalgamation of those 2 figures when it finally comes out. Yeah, be careful around the Poland issue. There are problems in it. I have a lot of Polish friends, and I've done a lot of work with the Poles over the years, and they are lovely people and a complicated history. And they are not by any means the first nation to say their constitution comes before their treaties. Other occasions in Europe have said this. The French regularly say it. The French regularly get fined for it, and the French don't pay those fines. The Germans also regularly have had, over the years, crises of where the Constitution and the Supreme Court rulings don't fit with the European treaties. These things happen. What's happening at the moment is, though, that the current Polish government are using that because rather than just ignoring it, like mostly the Germans ended up doing under Merkel, they tended to fudge it. Under the French tend to ignore it. They can use that to basically, how do I put it, bash their very pro-European opposition on the head in the view for an upcoming elections. And they will do. So always remember there is a domestic and an international political realities going on. Dr. Clarke, why do they keep on making ships with cross-firing turrets? Did they never firing them and see the damage caused cross-firing, or did they just think that they were better than nothing? Pretty much, Rick Vasava, it was that they were better than nothing. That was the best they could build, so they built it that way. And it was a way of making sure you had the guns that could fire. And that was important. The important was the total number of guns in your broadside. Not really their arc of fire or the fact that for them to be useful was a very narrow window. And that they would rip your deck up. I figure it won't be long before someone in the Iron decides 2 carriers aren't enough. Have you seen what's happening with the literal strike ships? I'm fairly sure they turn into LHDs with LHDs with ski jumps in not too long distance future, and probably 3 of them, hopefully. Dog nappers? Yes, there are people who actually kidnap dogs. Sometimes to hold for ransom, sometimes to take to puppy farms. Knight 6831. The French offered the Mirage 3K and the Mirage 4S to the British, but what made these unattractive to the British? The French. No, it's more serious than that. The British preferred the Eurofighter and the Tornado, and at various other points they went with the F4, and they've gone with their own builds, or they've gone with American, or occasionally the European build. Mainly because those aircraft better fit our needs and better fit our industrial base. We have more input in them. Decision. I feel confident my fluffy research decision is large enough that if I was threatened, my threat might need a hospital visit. People often cross the street when they see her. Yeah, it's quite interesting. People do not realize quite how strong or how protective a poodle can be. Cal Harmon, Dr. Crown Harmon, thanks for that everything. I've seen on the internet rather limited research on Scottish history indicated to what I've said. However, I will take you as a more trustworthy one too. It's always nice when you find a good source. Oh, good lord, that's gone down the wrong way. Where was I? Ooh, I'm quite far behind. So anyway, the War of Jenkins Ears was started by Leroy Jenkins when his gaming headphone. Oh. Next one. Do you just compare dog napping to the War of Jenkins Ear? No. Though what would happen to someone would involve probably their ears if they came after my dog. Maybe other parts of them as well. Sorry, YouTube, I'm not making threats to anyone on the channel. Knight 631. Why did a lot of aircraft makers want to put the British Bay on their plane? It was a very efficient engine design. It was very dense power development system, power module for its weight and shape. Seneca, tell a big bodybuilder or strongman that he is small. You will get a joke back. Tell to some dude who's actually small, and you are more likely to be hit. True. In hindsight, would procuring HS681 Aldershot have been a better idea than the US C-130s? No, because the cost of logistics would have been a nightmare. C-130s are a great one to be part of. Coming with our own replacement rather than using the C-17 and keeping in production, now that could have been useful, especially if it was still going in production today. Senator, what is a bob in terms of money? I think it was 5 pence, and that is what Paul Johnson has said. So thank you, Paul. I'm going to take it as my concurring, and I'm not going to look. Thank you, Gordon Smith. See what I wish. Way too pricey to buy it from some Scottish import shop and have it shipped. Oh. Publix apparently has iron brew in Georgia, USA. Okay, Georgia is now on the states that I will visit willingly in America. I have mentally have a list of states which stock iron brew and states which don't. And the states which don't are divided into the ones which have battleships and the states which don't have battleships. And the states which don't have iron brew and don't have battleships are not states I'm likely to bother visiting. Unless there's something particularly interesting there, like a very nice steam railway. Knight 681. How insane was the Saro P192 Queen? Well, not that insane, but let's see if I can find a picture for you. Can I find a... Well, I've got a picture of the princess. And basically, I can't find a picture of the Queen, but I have found a picture of the princess. So, the idea was to pretty much build a princess, but make it jet-powered, and it would be called the Queen. It's not crazy. There are still in the 1950s, far more stretches of flat bit of water that you can land and take off from than there are airfields. But there are more airfields and more are becoming available and they're being upgraded and, you know, it's getting viable. It's a case of it's a nice idea to have that, and it would have been particularly interesting, something of this size jet-powered, in the the 1948-49 Berlin airlift. Because if you'd had something like that around then, it could have been... there are some spaces it could have possibly landed and taken off from. Could have been useful. Cool, Kyle. You had 15 Charlie 2s, 15 IVs, and a number of CVRTs all came past this morning. That's a big army workout. Right. Well, Buzzwick, have you contacted Bars regarding sponsorship? No, but Stafford Thompson tweets them almost every day. Hello, Gornsmith. GH, my father could speak at all. Speak it. Sadly, I remember very long. How do I highlight names anyway? Usually I just you use the at button, at symbol, and then the names come out. Graham Hannah, you're invaded. Lol. Jeez, I have to look out my blue bonnet. Look, if you stop up the Iron Brew supply to England, then, as said, good luck. Rosensky's binocular supplier. Would the South Korean sea carrier be for use versus the North, or to protect commerce in the South China Sea? Well, you're looking at what is, broadly speaking, an escort carrier in size and shape. Broadly speaking, it's an escort carrier in size in terms of. So think of it more as a commerce protection and probably an asset So that could be used potentially against the North if necessary, but is more about the about escorting in the nearer Pacific and perhaps potentially the South China Sea. Graham Hunter, you have hit the nail on the head, Doc. No one can agree on what they actually want, lol. And the Highlands and Islands will never agree with the Lowlands. No, they won't. Most of my family are Highlanders and Islanders. And honestly, they hate the Lowlanders far more than they hate the English. A lot more. Oh. In fact, I'm fairly sure some of the islands would like to go independent from an independent Scotland if they got the chance. Ay, caramba. That's the trouble. Independence wouldn't stop with Scotland. It was on the islands. None of them suggested they could become a British overseas territory. And I was sort of going, you're part of the British Isles. You can't really be an overseas territory, but we're a sea away from you're a few hundred yards away from the British. Yeah. That's exception, and yet leave one. They did. But to be fair, there wasn't. There is a stronger emotional case and a stronger understanding in Scotland of what Westminster does and what the rest of the Britain provides than there is in the UK for the EU. And the trouble is also I would say leave. You have to remember, I would argue a lot of the Remain side didn't take the Leave campaign seriously until it was too late. Whereas the campaign for Remain in Scotland has taken the Leave side very seriously from day one, and they have been digging in and doing just as much work. That's good. I'd say the biggest problem you've put the benefit for the vote that vote Leave had is they could promise Leave would be what they wanted it to be. Remain can only say things will be similar to what it was before the referendum. There's also the fact that I would say the thing that probably decided the Leave vote in the UK was David Cameron made a big thing of going to Europe to do some renegotiations. He was going to do it like Margaret Thatcher, and he came back with zilch. He came back with things he called things, but as in the public's mind, he came back with zilch, which meant to them the European Union had no respect for us and had no respect for what we wanted. And he made a big thing about promising that. So no one trusted the European Union when people were saying, "Oh, they're not going to produce a European army. They're not going to produce the things which they're not after a ever closer union or a super state." And that meant a large chunk of the British public didn't trust them saying that. And then if you see what's happened since the referendum, they feel validated in that lack of faith because that's the angle they see the European Union going on. In Scotland, they don't necessarily. You also have to remember there is the outside thing due to the way the vote's set up in the UK in the first past the post and those systems. People don't necessarily vote Greens for independence. They don't necessarily vote SNP because of independence. They sometimes vote SNP because they don't like Conservative or Labour. And they're the third option. Liberal Democrats might claim they're the third option, but in Scotland, they're not the third option. That's the SNP. That doesn't mean you necessarily want independence. And it might mean you just, this is the thing. And again, some people who want independence actually vote Conservative or Scottish in Scotland. It gets quite interesting once you nail down to it. So you have to don't count your chickens on any side till it's hatched. So, Dromac, so what I'm getting from you around Brexit is that in military terms, it was bad staff work. In military terms, it was atrocious staff work. On all sides. Mm-hmm. Raprozo, if the USN wanted to put another base, a 7th Fleet, Western Pacific in Australia, would you move the carrier down there, or what would you put down there? It would be tempting to move a carrier battle group down there, but probably short-term a destroyer until you've got a submarine base set up that can support nuclear reactors, and the system set up in places that you can support nuclear reactors. You probably want to put submarine base and destroyer base down there eventually. Start off with destroyers, get submarines down there, and maybe put a carrier, a full base, another carrier there. Dan Freeman, coming to Slate, but is this an explanation as to why the Type 32 are going back to square rig and 32 to 36 guns? Very funny, Dan. The Type 32s are pretty much going to be evolved Type 31s. But they're going to be orientated around supporting the mine warfare effort. And that's a sensible thing. It is. It's a sensible effort to have a ship structured around mine warfare, especially these days. Especially as mine warfare is evolving. If you think about it, with loitering munitions, etc., they are equivalent to mines. So you're going to need a counter a vessel which is structured, which has the systems to counter those, which can keep up with the task group, and also can clear harbours, hopefully, of mines. So Type 32 with offboard with systems that it can offboard is probably the practical way to go. Peterson, at least you're not running the Orkneys. They've got a huge power imbalance, which they need to solve by building infrastructure, which is going to cost money, i.e. building a far larger power cable to the UK, and probably increasing hydrogen production. Which means if they could get hydrogen cars working, because they've already got a hydrogen-powered ferry, if they got some hydrogen cars working, that would probably help them a lot. The Orkneys have the solutions there, but it requires money to go into it. And unfortunately, if you're spending money on dealing with COVID and you're spending money dealing with independence referendums, it means you don't spend money necessarily on infrastructure. That's the ultimate problem. Because you've currently got a Conservative government which is happy to rack up bills doing its levelling up campaign, and there are real questions over putting money into Scotland because of the independence referendum. They're probably going to put some money into Scotland, but are they going to put as much money as they would if they didn't have that hanging on their head? Who knows? Is that money going to be used as part of a campaign for Remain? They might do. Who knows what's going to do? But it's going to have an impact. That's the trouble. I don't have a problem with the SNP seeking independence. I think we live in a democracy. They have a right to their opinion. I hope they don't go independent. I hope Scotland stays because I like them being part of the UK. I like my family being part of the UK. I like my history being part of the UK. But if that's the will of the people, that's the will of the people. I don't like uncertainty because uncertainty breeds problems. Keep carrying on. You've had a referendum, but you're already having a demand for another referendum. And the trouble is, what happens if you lose that one or win that one? If you lose that one, are you gonna be happy for another few years? Are you gonna wait 5 or 6 years and want another one again? I can see the argument for a material change. Brexit is a major material change. I can see your argument and your basis for that. I'm not going to disagree. But the trouble is we keep having having what is, in effect, not a never-endum in terms of the campaign, is that makes it very uncertain for businesses to invest, and it makes it very uncertain for government to invest, which means you're unlikely to get the investment you would otherwise get. And Scotland needs investment. It does. It could be at the forefront of a green energy revolution. Scotland's got the winds, it's got the hydro, it's got the tidal. It could do amazing things if the money was prepared to come in and do it. But they can't at the moment. And they haven't got a big enough market to sustain those things themselves. And that's the problem. If they want to be selling power to part of the power network with England, which they probably need to if they want to sell that power to anyone, then it's probably easier to stay as part of the UK. And if they want to sell to the rest of Europe, then it's probably easier to stay as part of the UK, because any power cables that are going to run to Europe are going to have to run through England's EZ, or go through England on land and then out to sea through the national grid. That's all makes far more sense than what they probably have to do if they tried to avoid England's EZ, is have to go up to Norway, which is exporting their own power they're generating from green sources. No. Too complicated. It's doable, but again, it requires a lot of money to do it. The problem with all forms of offshore energy is that they are all vulnerable to someone with someone who's armed and disagreeable. Yep. What do your colleagues think about your YouTube activities? I'll probably find out when I have a lot more subscribers. Kind of like the lady Foot Doctor Dana. You discover these things when you have a lot more subscribers. Graham Handler, in that case, you belong to the same clan as me, the original Lords of the Owls. Yeah, my family's, well, in my dad's case, it's a Govern Hewitt Clarke. That was the name, so that tells you exactly where we come from in Scotland. Govern Hewitt Clarke. And the rest, well, that's my mum's side, and that's Jacob's. And that name has more Scottish roots than you'd think about it, really. But they are Scottish via Cornwall. In a joyous thing of history. Just don't go there, okay? Gets weird. Whereas my dad's family is Scottish via Liverpool. Lifetime Productions. Hi, Doctor. You've all mentioned in the past that we spend enough money on the QE lasers to get 3.5 hulls. We also only got 2. Where did the 1.5 carriers worth money go? The 1.5 carriers worth money went on delaying construction and various indecisive moments. But basically paying we paid for a timeline and the cost that could have built... No, actually, to be honest, we paid for a timeline we could have probably churned out 4 carriers. If we'd been building at an efficient, economical pace, we could have built 4 carriers in that timeline, and we paid the finances that would have paid for about 3.5. So if anyone wants to join me in crying now, you can do. Too much. The reason the US Navy spent a ton of money to put in solar power at every major base was not only to save money, but to decentralize and have their own power when needed. Okay. Thank you, Kevin Ray. I've just reached the point at which I've seen your super chat. Thank you. Atomic Theory. So looking at the map, so Francis Drake was successful because of the fact the Spanish thought the English couldn't reach the Pacific? Pretty much. Having Aviation Zach. Hello. First time calling you live. Have you ever done a video on your book collection? I have done several videos on the book collection, but haven't done one fully on the book collection because, believe it or not, this is not even. Well, some of you remember the pictures of my bedroom from months back, and if you go back to their lives, I do show some of the videos of them. All those shelves are still full. I've moved quite a lot of stuff down here. These shelves are 3 rows. This shelf behind me is 3 rows deep. That one above there is 3 rows deep on 2/3 of it. The other third is iron brew bottles. This is the model railway area, which is full of books. There's a third shelf up the top, which is 1 row deep, and it has books on it. It has a whole load of books on it. And there are more shelves going in down here, and I have boxes still in the attic and the garage. So yes, I probably have too many books. But you can't have too many books. The EU suffers from the fact that the members are still sovereign entities, whereas states in the USA still have to answer to a central government whose laws constitutionally supersede them. That does help. If you're forming a superstate, remember, the European Union is technically not supposed to be a superstate, despite they might be aiming for that fact. They are not supposed to be. It gets fun. It gets really fun. And sorry, I'm just picking a picture. Hello. Hey. Knight 6 for free run. If an Argentinian Mirage 3 got into a dogfight with a British F4 Phantom, who'd win? Considering the qualities of the RN and pilots, if it was in a cap roll over a carrier in the Falkland Islands area or a Falkland area, they'd have more fuel. So probably the F4. Probably the F4. I wouldn't count the Mirage 3 out completely, but the F4 does have an advantage. Dan Freeman. Re-RND for Canada. How long much to convert Charles de Gaulle to a ski ramp after she undergoes the highest honor for any French warship? Not that long, but honestly, why would you wish that on the RN? I love the Charles de Gaulle for when she was built and fixed in various by British shipyards. I think Camel Laird's the job on her for the French. But she's lovely for the French, but she's an old carrier by now. Okay, let's see what the French produce next. We tend to go for their newer ships anyway. Decision. My dog is definitely not most intelligent. The most stubborn, possibly, but she's a French bulldog, so idiosyncratic is her mode of being. True. That him. Agree with my Highland colleague, Bob. Shilling or 12 old pennies, but became 5 pence when decimalised. Equals a shilling, or Bob equals a shilling, or 12 old pennies. Became a 5p a piece when decimalised. Atomic Theory 52. While in Georgia, be sure to visit the Civil War Naval Museum in Columbus, Georgia. They have remnants of a Confederate ironclad, as well as a lot of detailed history of naval war. Cool. Shamak, just to let you know, the States is a very large place. I do realise that. My dream would be to... I don't know if you've ever seen them, and I'll see if I've got a picture of it. Yeah. I think I would go for... Ooh. Yeah. My dream is, if I was traveling the United States, to travel around the whole of the United States in something like... If I'm going to get it, find the picture and get it up. Bum. This. There you see, plenty of space. And it can carry a decent sized car. So I have a mobile home that drives long distances, and then I have a car so I don't have to take the mobile home with me wherever I go. But probably out my price range amount, so most likely it'd be a state-by-state visit. I'd probably do it a lot slower and over a longer time than Drack's planning. Drack is planning a massive American tour, and I would probably go... I would probably go... I will do one state at a time and slowly work over it over a few years. Because I'm lazier. No. More because, honestly, I don't mind flying. I like flying, but I prefer driving. So what I would like, and I'd like to see like to see more America. And I think his plan or his route is to do a lot of going to places, then flying to next place, going to around that place, flying to the next place. And I'd like to do the driving in between, because that'd make it feel like a holiday for me. And I'd like it to be a bit of a holiday as well. I don't know. But I have joked that he and I are going to have to do some road trips at some point. Alzaski, the problem in Poland is that at this point, the legitimacy of the Constitution Tribunal can be questioned because procedures were not kept when choosing it. Same with other institutions. When current ruling party find losers, it'll take years to clean up the mess with acts of law and decisions that are invalid and to regain allies. The trouble is, I don't see them losing anytime soon, Albertusky. I think they look rather popular to me, and rather, from the public's minds, they keep delivering on their promises, broadly speaking. At least close enough they can claim they did. Senator, how weird is it to have a head of state where only your grandparents have lived through the previous head of state? It's quite nice. As I was joking earlier on the Discord when I was chatting about it, from all the accounts that I've received, Her Majesty the Queen, when she met the USMC pilots of that are currently operating from Queensworth, made a massive impression on them, and to an extent that apparently even a US admiral who met them has worried if they've gone native and are now more loyal to Britain than to America. Apparently made the joke. I'm sure he didn't really believe it. But yeah. you hear some fun stories. They're also apparently part of the reason why they're getting through so much tea, because as the Queen drinks tea, they've decided to drink tea, and Queen Elizabeth had stocked up on a large amount of coffee for supporting US flyers, because US personnel tend to drink more coffee than tea, and they've been drinking tea at a tremendous rate, probably trying to get a similar caffeine hit from tea as they do from their coffee. Nine-Hand Productions. Did the Princess ever get offered to anyone as a fireplane? I think she did. I think they did. Alpsasky, if you plan to put your minions everywhere and create a quasi-authoritarian state, make sure all procedures are followed to the letter, and it cannot be later undone easily for this sole reason. Bro. Cascadian, speaking of flying boats, any thoughts on their possible return for the US in regards to US bases getting stuck in war with China? I asked you in part to the Special Operations float plane C-130. Well, I would suggest that that's why the C-130 is getting a float plane variant. That would certainly make sense to me. Lucas Shantz. A while ago, I came across a statement regarding German pre-World War I gun development. Sadly, I can't find it again. I can't even remember if it was in German or English. Basically said that Germans regarded the increased firepower of the 13.5-inch gun in conjunction with the weight increases uneconomical. The source stated that the Germans wanted a bigger gun with proportionate increase in firepower and weight, which they found in their 15-inch gun. More are... Sorry. That doesn't surprise me, because the British, by the time the Germans were probably considering 13.5. Well, they used the slightly higher powered, slightly different 12-inch to the British, so they're probably going, oh, well, there's the 13.5 enough. Once the British jump to 15-inch, they can't afford to be down at 12. They have to jump to 15, so 15 suddenly becomes economical. The interesting thing would have been, I think, if the British had jumped to 14-inch, because there is. If you'd gone with the Vickers 14-inch as your intermediary gun, rather than the 13.5, which the British almost did. The British did almost jump to the 14-inch. Then you have the Germans probably having to jump earlier and having to jump to 14, because you can make a claim that the British 13.5 isn't that great, but the 14, because it's 13.5, because it's got 13 in it, doesn't sound that great and looks weird in millimeters. Whereas the 14 doesn't. And that's an extra 50 millimeters. Let's be honest, it's pretty much an extra 50 millimeters on the gun. That seems like a lot. So I often think that, whilst I understand the reason for the British going to 1.5 inch due to logistics and it being easier for their growth model, I do think that that was a missed opportunity. I also think if they'd done that, then the odds are the Queen Elizabeth ends up being 16-inch guns. And that causes an interesting thing, because where do the Americans and the Japanese go? Because the whole American-Japanese thing was they were building their ships, but they were trying to build them individually more powerful than their British counterparts. So the British have got 14, and then what the Americans respond with? Did they respond with 14, like they did to the 13.5? Or did they go for 14.5? Or did they go for 15? In which case, the British are definitely going for 16. Okay, well, if just remember what the Americans, what they did they go for 17? Did they go jump to 18? 17 inches is a weird gun. It's a weird it's weird to work out. There are all sorts of interesting things which happen if the British go 14 inches. It's one of those interesting what ifs, sort of little butterfly things that causes all sorts of issues. Paul Bestwick, I'm sure I read that Babcocks were assigned a South Koreans were assisting the South Koreans in design, which I suspect will be bigger than whatever the Japanese has as a carrier. I doubt it. I think the Japanese will build a fairly decent size, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're broadly speaking the same size. There is probably going to be one which is slightly longer and one which has a slightly bigger displacement, but they're broadly speaking going to be the same. And it definitely didn't help that the UK government blamed everything unpopular they want to do on the EU and having a very ineffectual leader for the Remain campaign. No, it didn't help. And what was worse for the Remain campaign, they had someone who thought they were a very good leader and they weren't. George Osborne was never a front person, ever. Boris Johnson, love him or hate him, is a very good front person for politics. Scotland is way more complicated than many from the outside think. Thankfully, you take time to explain that as briefly as possible. I do try. I don't want to get into too many details because that's not my area of specialty. But I have family there, and it's a complex issue, and it's an interesting issue. And it's something which should be understood more and should be investigated more because we have to understand it. Because it's one of the big questions which we're now faced. It is one of the biggest questions you have which are now faced. And if you don't understand it and don't listen to it, you're going to get into trouble. Type 32, Mine Warfare and Little Royal ASW begins to merge? Pretty much. Peter Dawson. Its engines were the same as the Bristol Britannia with a reverse... Graham Hanna, what ferry? I forget the name, but there is a ferry which wanders around, which is powered by the hydro fuel. I presume it's one of the newer vessels. Or probably the newest. Senator, for now on, I will call VLS cells guns and call ships by, for example, 32 gunners. We are actually trying to bring back the rating system in bilge pumps. Senator, why not use electric cars in the Orkneys? They are trying to. They are trying to encourage that. In fact, that would be very sensible with the amount of with the amount of wind power and tidal power they have. Paul Westwick, RN 30 carrier, HMS Ark Royal, extended Queen Elizabeth class. We can always dream. We can dream. That would be nice. Ian Stradling, keep referendum until you get the answer you want. That's certainly what some politicians seem to be put on to it. And Graham Hunt, the EU referendum really mucked things up big time. No, it didn't. Unfortunately, once you start down the referendum route, you can't stop it. Okay? You can't get off that train ride. So you start off by having a referendum for Scottish independence. That was one thing. But then we had that. People often forget about it. Their other referendum, which was over introducing AV, alternative vote, instead of first past the post, it died. And unfortunately, once you've had those, you can't then make a case. If you've had referendum over those two issues, and then a party makes it the option, you cannot. The key plank of their election strategy, we will offer a referendum on the European Union membership. You can't get out of it. Basically, the Scottish referendum should happen. But the Lib Dems demanding the alternate vote referendum for their price of joining the coalition set the precedent for more referendums. The Scottish referendum had been a one-off, once-in-a-generation thing. Done. Dusted. We could have possibly navigated out of it, but the moment you have that second referendum, you introduce that idea, you've put referendums into it. Referendums are now coming. They're now happening. And Direct democracy is one of those things you have the least control over as a politician. See which they are using excess wind power to crack water for hydrogen to use as fuel. Some of the hydrogen uses this, some is converted into ammonia to use later. Lashasu Vashal, left field question. Do you place any real value on the work of historians like Harry Elmer Barnes, who are blatantly biased and only secondary source themselves? How do I put this politely? I am not going to name names because that's not, as a rule, what I do with professional courtesy. But even to this day, there are some some historians whose works are better used as emotional starting places, as in they will fire you up with either indignation or whatever at what they've written, than foundations for writing. They are something which cause you to go and do research because reading it just sounds wrong. And that's it. That's the reality. And so you have to be careful. Just because someone says they're a historian, just because they have a PhD, doesn't necessarily make them reliable. You have to do always trust but verify. Sorry, someone has come to my door quickly. I'll be back in a second. And what should I put up while I'm gone? Oh, it's going to be this beauty. See you in a second. Hello. Right then, let's see. Back into the questions. Edit. 255 Dreadnought. Not really getting into much books, just answering questions. I'm going to have to change this to a Q&A, aren't I? Seneca, name the next UK carrier. King William after William the Conqueror. Trouble is, it could also be interpreted as William and the Third of William and Mary, so probably not. That could cause upset in various parts of the United Kingdom. They had enough upset when they realised it was named after Queen Elizabeth I, not the second. Seawish, well, remember the fossil fuels are not free. Right now, every watt of solar power, 630 gigawatts, and wind, 650 gigawatts, is created cheaper than fossil fuels. True. I do agree. But the thing is, you have to start investing in the infrastructure to make them right. You have to start building the batteries. You have to start building the hydrogen systems, and probably hydrogen power stations or hydrogen fuel cell systems to store the energy when it's created. Okay. Would it be useful for the US to build some ship classes smaller than the Constellation class frigate for trade protection, like ASW? Probably not for the US. The thing is, building a small ship, it's always attractive. People always attracted to small ships, but the trouble is, if you go much smaller than the Constellation frigate, can it actually get anywhere it needs to go for the US? Remember, they're sitting on the Pacific, one side of the Pacific from where most of their problems are, on one side of the Atlantic from where their other problems are. They need to cross oceans. If they don't, their ships aren't ocean crossing and aren't capable enough when they get there. Can't go to. I'm being trained in conservation techniques, conservative check cleaning, conservation cleaning, pest control, and archiving. How valued are these bits of training? They're useful in certain areas. Certainly museums. You can make good careers in some of them. Seawish, did any of your dad's family ever see the Beatles in Liverpool? That would have been awesome. They did. I think my aunt did more than see them. And she possibly stalked them at one point. We'll leave that on one side. Take care, Trent. Go on, Smith. The politics of Scotland are too complicated for outsiders on us hand. Let's move on to Ireland. Oh, that's even more complicated. Scar Hammond, I can't have too many books. Also, can we see the railway? Well, that's the thing. I haven't got round to assembling the railway because it's got books on it. I need to get the bookshelves all sorted out, which means I need to get the floor done. Which means I need a dry week because I need to get the stuff out of here, put it in something, and be able to still get it in. And I need to actually be here for a solid week and be able to get the stuff out and run things and make sure I've got the videos, probably all the videos Tuesday and the slides organised for Thursday, etc., organised in advance the week before, so I can spend the whole week up until the Thursday doing everything, then get back in here on the Thursday. I think there's a little fly in here with me. If at any point I kill it, you'll know why. And because I need to put a new floor down. And that's the thing. As some of you will know, we originally had builders building this. I need to seal the concrete because it hasn't been sealed properly. And the wooden floor they put down, which came as part of the thing, they actually damaged when they put it down, and it's made it very weak in certain areas. And so I have, there you go, bye-bye. I have a whole load of flooring, a whole load of actually a polymer-based flooring to put down over it, and self-leveling flooring, which will seal the holes and protect it. Alfie Rowe, hello. How much help would HMS Vanguard have been if it was still around for the Falkland Islands? Well, it could have done two roles. It could have scared the bejesus out of the Belgrano, if necessary, in the case of, you're bringing a cruiser, cute! Have you met HMS Vanguard? Hello? It's a race between me and an SSN as to which gets to kill you first. Belgrano going, I'd rather not be here. I'd rather not be here. That's done. I know that's a very flippant way of saying it, but it's not nice for the Belgrano's family. I do people lost people in Belgrano, but that's the case. It would have been a race between an SSN and the Vanguard as to which took him out. Vanguard, if she'd been deployed as Task Force flagship, that would have been interesting and useful. If she'd been employed as Michael Clapp's, i.e. the Commodore Amphibious Task Group's flagship, and gone into San Carlos, then the Royal Marines would have been very, very happy. And so would a fair number of other troops, because let's be honest, let's imagine some of those defensive positions. You have Tumbledown Hill, that's lovely. 15-inch high explosive rounds turn up. Are you still on Tumbledown Hill? Probably not. And Carl Gasberg, to add insult to injury, Zumwalt's guns actually work, but there is no ammo for them, as they are somehow not compatible with the Army 145mm. Navy guns and Army guns are rarely compatible, because Army guns are designed to be fired from vehicles which are a lot smaller. Navy guns, the ammo tends to be able to be longer. So, let's say your average Army shell is probably about this length. Your average Navy shell, in my experience. Come, have you got David Listener's new book? Not yet. That's got read RV. You got your Class C license? I've got a pretty. Let's sort of say I have a pretty intensive licensing system. I have done every qualification, driving license, and thing I can afford to, up to but not including HGVs. And you can drive it without the. You can drive it on the license I have. Kevin Ray, what will your top 3 museum ships be to see in the USA? Ooh, well. Sadly enough, probably. Ooh. Well, there's USS Midway is definitely one I'd like to go see, and Texas, and probably New Jersey. But there's a few others which I kind of would like to see as well. I kind of would like to see USS Alabama, probably Yorktown. There's a really lot of little things going around this evening. The midgets have come down from Scotland. They've obviously followed the Iron Bru. And probably USS Lexington. The fact that there's an Essex class still around, I'd like to go see her. And probably Laffey as well. Little Rock could be fun. I have a long list of ones I would like to go see. Ooh. North Carolina. There are the thing is the US has a lot of these ships, and I would love to go see them. And also, it's common US to drive an RV into a car behind. I know, but I want to be able to tuck my car in a garage, so it's protected. Come on, let's not forget that those Marines may or may not decide to come to fight for Britain in a war that the US isn't in, cause who's going to stop them? All I've heard is that they've been proposing a lot of toast to death to the Queen's enemies, so apparently they really like that one. So we should probably be worried. But again, this is all various second-hand sources. I will add that one in, and it's all rumor. So I haven't had a direct contact with a US Marine on HMS Queen Elizabeth recently. I think I have one. A couple of my former students have been going amongst them, but I haven't actually had a conversation with them about it. So we'll see. He says hunting for his charger. Right, the only time I ever heard the Queen speak was last year when she made that video asking everyone to be calm and about COVID, especially since she's been through worse. Yes, that was a good one. (9681) Were the Ferry Swordfish and Ferry Barracuda good in the SW role, or was the Ferry to go to for the Navy's fixed air swing W plane? The Barracuda was what was available, and it was good for its time. The Swordfish was good for its time. Trouble is they were quickly outpaced by technology. Once you started needing things like dipping sonar and magnetic anomaly detectors, then that becomes more of a problem. So basically, they could carry the best stuff of their time, which was surface search radar, which could look for periscopes and all those things. But towards the end of the Barracuda's time as an ASW aircraft, there were probably better ones coming. Sure. I'm worried if Dr. Clarke will be invited to go give a speech to US Marines on HMS Queen. They may leave Monster energy drinks to Iron Brew. US Marines on Iron Brew. Would that make them Iron Marines? Could do. Could make them Iron Marines. In fact, that's going to be the name of the next section. 306 Iron Marines. Okay, I don't know what I missed, but I see a mobile home. I missed them. I see mobile home, the ability to place a car in it. What? Yep. They had it on Top Gear a few years ago. Rosensky's binocular supplier. Did anyone do an inventory on Fisher's desk once he died? I imagine in the bottom drawer was 9 small tube boilers, 9 6 20-inch guns, and assorted arm plate. Don't joke. Don't joke. There could well have been. Frank Spanner, Dr. C, what exactly was the last time the IJN launched fighters from any of their carriers? World War II. Some point in 1945, but probably dates differ depending on who you're talking about. Knight 683. If the UK had kept the fixed wing ASW, might have replaced the Fairy Gannet. And why are the British the first to move to helicopters for a lot of the carrier support jobs? Because helicopters made sense, especially when you're starting to work from smaller carriers. Again, the thing is, if you have a large carrier, if the British had maintained Ark Royal and then gone to CVA1s, they might have kept with fixed wing assets by SW. They might have ended up with Vikings, honestly, because they weren't probably going to produce their own aircraft. I have had an interesting debate with someone recently, I forget who was basically going, no, the British produced their own airborne early warning and all these things rather than getting Hawkeye. And I was thinking, they might do, but honestly, they're going to look at it and go, we'll get these and it'll be only us buying them. Whereas if we manage to build a better version of the Buccaneer, we can get export sales. So do we put our money into the better version of the Buccaneer, maybe the Mark III, or do we go for our own AEW? Well, we might as well go for the American AEW, probably the American S3 Viking, and then have their own Buccaneer, and it'll be a debate whether they'll keep the F4 or whether they will upgrade. The trouble is the F14, which is the theoretical upgrade from the F4 for the air defense role, would be massive for the CVA-01, and you would need to do a lot of work for the catapults. But there again, a Mark III Buccaneer might be able to do the air-to-air role. You need to adjust the radar, but it might be able to do it. I fit it with something like Sea Vixen. No, well, I forget. It was Sea Vixen, Sea Fox, the radar on the Harriers, the Sea Harrier Mark II. But fit it with something like that, you might have a fairly capable aircraft. True, Graham Handler. Next one, 2 scenes in the movie on Von Spey's voyage I would like to see be his fleet anchored on East Island and German sailor reading War of the Worlds and see the tripod mast of the battle cruisers tracing them. That would have been scary. Graham Handler, there is a serious push up here for wind and wave. And you're spot on where it does where the funding comes from. As without that, it doesn't happen. Yep. Danny Phillips, twin and quad mounts come back after the Falklands. What difference in today's fleet would we see? If we'd gone back to twin 4.5s after the Falklands, you might well have had other navies copy us. Because if Britain goes to twins because of Falklands experience, then it's hard to see the US Navy especially not also considering going the round route. And you might well have a far heavier firepower phalanx and explosive weapon systems, which actually, conversely, might have put us in a far better position for dealing with hypersonics. Because, how do I put it? The problem with hypersonics isn't necessarily their speed of approach. It's a time. It's the fact that the speed of approach gives you shortens your window of engagement, i.e., the time which you can engage, take it out, and it not continue on and hit you anyway, thanks to inertia, and cause serious damage anyway. So, if you have got able to put out double the volume of fire because you have a double mount, then you're in a better position to engage in that shorter window. And that's the maths you're talking about. It's the engagement window with a subsonic missile is this. The engagement window of a supersonic missile is this. The engagement window with a hypersonic missile is this. So if you have a single gun, that's fine when you're firing a single barrel gun, fine when you're dealing with this. It's not as good, but it's not that badly disadvantaged when you're dealing with this. But it's a lot more disadvantaged when you're dealing with this. But the trouble is, we don't have them in stock, and people talk about them being inefficient and all these sort of things, mainly because we haven't kept the designs up to date and haven't done the things we can do. They actually could be quite just as efficient, if not more so, than our single mounts if we had kept developing them. Knight 6 everyone. If the UK had kept the fixed wing ASW, what might have replaced the ferry gunnet? I think I answered that question. Steve Witch, the return on investment of alternative energy installations are very low. For solar with grid storage, about 5 years. Without 2 to 3 years. It means it does not need a specific funding. It can often be done with bank loans. Yes, to an extent, but there are limitations on how much you can install that way. Calhoun, did I miss your answer? Yes, you did. But I said it was valuable, especially if you go museum employment route. Jack Ray, a dry week in England. I know. A lot of people are joking about that. Don't worry. I think actually the thing is, next time I get a decent paycheck come in, I will have to buy a one of those outdoor, not tents, but brain dead. One of the outdoor gazebos with sides that's waterproof. There's a good one on Amazon for about 50 quid. Info McKinney, Scottish independence is like Puerto Rico trying to decide what to do with itself. It's a freeway split. Independence, statehood, or keep as is. That honestly is it. To a large extent. In which hydrogen is ideal fuel to make with solar or wind for later use. Whatever efficiency you get out of electrolyzing the hydrogen from water, it doesn't matter if the energy is free. Daphne, 15 shells versus Mount Tumbledown. Outcome, no Mount Tumbledown. No, Mount Tumbledown will still be there. It's fairly solid rock. Anything on its surface would probably either be not there or would be sufficiently concussed that by the time the
the various English troops, British troops made it up there, they wouldn't really be able to offer resistance. Probably the first ever attack the British had led by Minix. Actually, it wouldn't. There've been a few others in World War II which were led by the Minix. In one case, some King's African Rifles who were led into battle by their stretcher bearers. One of whom using the stretcher as a club. The only enemy casualty of the battle, because the Italians surrendered, was the person who was knocked out by the stretcher bearer. The stretcher bearer carrying the stretcher, and then their colleague joined them, and they put the person on the Italian onto the stretcher and carried them back to the aid station. The Italians apparently were out of water at that point and didn't really consider fighting, but you know. Going to Canada on the same trip to see Haida. Haida is my first. When I actually have the money and the backing, the first foreign trip I have planned is Canada and Haida. That is my dream trip, and that is the first one I want to get out of the way. It will be done. I just need to save up the money. Cool, Phil Williams went on the Mighty Mo in Sydney in 1986. Cool. And 35 Benders, if you do visit New Jersey, would you do a video of them? Yes. If they want me to, yes. That's the thing. If they want me to, I'm happy to. I like them. Good night, 603. Were the US General Motors TBM Avenger ASW just a stopgap for the Fairy Gannet, and was the Gannet intended to replace the obsolete Fairy Swordfish, Barracuda, and Fairy Firefly ASWs? Pretty much. Pretty much. Broadly speaking. To be honest, Graham, I find the Iron Brew stops them biting me. If I haven't been drinking Iron Brew, I notice because I start getting bit. I was asking, wasn't Vanguard equipped with main guns from World War II? Read somewhere that she had guns and turrets from Courageous and Glorious. She did have 15-inch guns, which came from interesting sources. Ben Grogan, hello. You mentioned in the past that during landings, the DDs did the most shore bombardment. How small a target could Vanguard really gun engage? Short variance and blast rate-wise? I said DDs definitely did the close-in direct fire role, but the strategic firing role was done by the battleships. So on-call fire support will often be done by the destroyers, because they can adjust fire and their fire goes in quite quicker. And again, same would be frigates and destroyers in the Falklands. However, defensive positions, which have been secured, which preparatory and bombardment wise, Vanguard could have decimated them. You know, pretty much they could lock down every position strategically on the map, and it would be grid coordinates and go, here is this area of the map. Make it cease to exist. And that a battleship can do. And that's one of the things in the Falklands War, because really, you have 4.5s and single mount 4.5s, which are precision engagement weapons, not area effect weapons, and they're having to be used for area effect, which use up shells very quickly for them. Frank Sparrow, let's see. How about aviation museums? I'll probably wander in a few of those as well. I do like some nice aviation museums, and the Pensacola one is amazing, as Steve Windish said. See, Knight 6031. If the UK had kept the fixed wing ASW, might have. I think I've answered one. What might have replaced the Ferry Gunnet, and why are the British the first to move to helicopters? I think I've answered that one definitely. And Intrepid and Yorktown are Essexes. Yes. Knight 683. Why did the Blackburn B-54 and B-88 lose to the Ferry GR-17 Gannet?
I think it was reliability in the engine design. I think it was and also I think they felt that the Gannet was more practical for their purposes. And Blackburn were already starting to focus in on jet aircraft design, which Fairey weren't. Blue Vixen radar. Yeah, thank you. That was right. I was calling it Sea Vixen, wasn't I? Sorry. Colin Cameron, if the 60s CV program had been went through, would we have seen a Sea Tornado? They'd have had to redesign completely the airframe and the airframe and all the undercarriage layouts. So no, probably. Might have seen, as I've said, it might well have been a Blackburn Buccaneer Mark III. That might have been what they got. What they'd be on now, who knows? Probably the F-18 Hornets, probably Super Hornets. They'd have ended up with. Probably what would have happened is the British would have gone Mark III, Blackburn Buccaneer Mark III, and then when the Americans were going Super Hornet, they would have gone bought into the program, and it would have been jointly developed between them. And the British will probably be buying F-35Cs rapidly as we speak now. Senator, if Von Spey saw the tripod mast and immediately raised a white flag, what happens next? Well, they would probably want to inter the ships in the Falkland Islands. That would probably be the best option for them. Because it's the closest and quickest place to get them to and get the crews off the ships. And then you can, this is going to sound strange, but you can move the ships away from the Falkland Islands, and the Falkland Islands become a bit of a prison for those German sailors. They can't really get anywhere from there. But it would be a logistically interesting scenario. But Von Spey was never likely to surrender. Conversant, re-CI'd less, and Italy has the 76mm close-up weapon system and the 40mm before. Yeah. Knight 6 if the British had got the S3A Viking as the S3A Viking S1, how much improvement would UK SW systems and UK's Rolls-Royce engines done to the aircraft? Well, Rolls-Royce engines would have actually probably been pretty darn useful, as they probably made it more efficient. As for UK SW systems, that depends on how much we're prepared to invest in them. But again, it could have been a fairly capable unit, and would have been useful. Frank Sparta, Dr. Seed, can you speak Gaelic at all? As said, I speak a little bit of Cornish when I'm down in Cornwall. I'm not doing it away from the other Cornish speakers who I know, and I am not attempting here. I've already mangled Dutch this week. I am not mangling Cornish. As staff responsible, don't forget about Sackville. No, if I visit Haida, visiting Sackville is very high on priorities. And actually, not just that. If I visit Canada, I've got a long-standing thing that I have to see one of my friends in Canada if I visit, and I want to meet another of my friends. He was doing his PhD with me at King's, and I do a lot of work from global maritime history. Sean McLean, and he of course has gone back to Canada because he's Canadian, and he's had a baby. His wife has had a baby since they've been out there, and I though I would love to sort of meet the baby and chat with him and check up on him and check up on, you know, say hi to them. So there is a lot, and there's also a lot of family for me around Canada. I have got a disturbing amount of cousins over there that I have got to, I would want to check in with and check they're all okay. And yeah, so Canada, this is the other thing for me. Because I have quite a lot of family in Canada and America, if I visit those areas and I don't see them, there will be a problem. It will get back to the familial matriarch, i.e., my mother, who will probably be the one who's told me I've been out there, and I will be in trouble for not having and gone and chucked in with the cousins. So this is another reason why if I go out to Canada or go, I can't. I have to almost build in days into my trip to see family, which is lovely because I actually quite like seeing them. But that means, you know, if I was in Texas, for example, I would probably have at least half a day where I would be getting explained differences in riding English saddle versus cowboy style, as I will forever call it to wind them up. At which point I'll probably admit to them, I'll probably go, you do realise, despite coming from where I do in Britain, I don't actually ride horses. Or at least I've done it 3 times in my life and I ain't going there. I love horses. I make a big fuss of them. But I haven't ridden them enough to be anyway considered proficient, and definitely not getting on a horse at my age now. I'll watch and wave and give them pats. Now, lead me to your quad bikes. Those I will do. N35 Benvins. Battleships are very good at grid square removal. That's pretty much their advantage. Graham Hamler. And no, I'm not saying what that means. You're talking about the buffs. Which, of course, stands for big, ugly, fat. No? Big, ugly, flying foxtrots. Is the version I am saying on here. But if anyone has looked up, type B52 buff. That's BUFF into Google. Please be over 16 when you're looking it up and enjoy. No, 6031. Yeah, out of habit with dark streams, I duplicate my question. I haven't yet got to the same number of people as he has. When I do, you will probably have to do it, and I will still hopefully catch them. But, and I hope to someday get to the same number he has, mainly because, in answer to an earlier question as well, I added one. I was on a discussion the other day. I was listening in. I wasn't actually visible really on it. It was a Zoom chat of historians. And one of the other young historians on there, they didn't realize I was there, made a remark about, well, you know, basically made a remark that it was more honourable to apply for grants than it was to use super chats for funding research. And I got here a young lady historian who is actually a friend of mine rejoined back to him, which was quite funny. Quite funny line. She said, "Well, the difference is that no one would pay you to answer a question." So that's not an option for you, is it? And I was just listening to him, just going, "Yep, he didn't think that was coming back to him." Mm. Dave, if you visit Canada, it wouldn't be too far from Boston, USS Constitution, the Salem Act. Not that far. Senecanera, are there any situations where you think one party would be better off surrendering before the engagement? Lots of them. Battle of Tsushima. That would have been sensible, but they would never have done it. Rozovensky would never have done it. There are a few engagements where they are literally fighting for the honor of the flag. Where they are firing salvos and they're fighting, even though they have no chance of winning. They are that outnumbered. And I respect them. But I also think that's a bit of a waste of your own crew's lives. Stuff Thompson, if you end up by Lake Cornets, the O'Briens of Hornby Lane will show you a good time. They're my cousins. That'd be lovely. Yeah, I have some cousins that are there as well. We might find out their neighbours. Hopefully they like each other. John Evans, what are your views on TSR2? It would have been interesting to implement. If they'd actually if the British government had been prepared to fund it properly and properly put it in, it could have been a very interesting aircraft to have had. And a very interesting capability for Britain to have. Colin Cameron, have you been to the Air Museum near Edinburgh? It has the Ferranti test plane that Ferranti printed in red squadron livery after Star Wars came out. I think if it's the one I'm thinking of, I went when I was about 7. When I was last up there with my dad. That was the last time he was up with me in Scotland. And it would have been nice. Seeing Fat Fellow is a clean version. A fat, yeah. Ugly Foxtrot. Vision. What weapon systems could Argentina require before Falls War that would have tipped the scales of victory in their favour? What weapon systems? They needed a decent air defense battery. They needed... Love it or hate it. I just check the date of it. They probably needed something like the Hawk, as in the surface-to-air missile system. They needed something to provide them with some air defense over the islands that allowed them to contest the airspace and stop the Harriers being able to achieve the level of control they did achieve. And they probably needed more land-based exocets, and they needed more helicopters to move, or needed more stuff to allow them to move around the Falklands. Anti-submarine warfare frigates have been quite good as well. A decent number of those. But you would have to do a fair amount of work to give the Argentinians the actual strength. They're on paper, it's a peer versus near-peer fight. And it is a peer versus near-peer fight. But when you look at the actual deployability and capability of what you're talking about and what actually comes out to fight, it's not as near as it generally looks. It's near because of the numbers they're taking on, and the Argentinians do get some luck. And that's the thing in war. Both sides were going to get lucky. Hieroglyph. Super Chat is beer money, but Grant's going to CV. True. But I've also published a book before then, so, well, mine's coming out in January. Theirs isn't coming out till 2023.
So that's thanks to Super Chats allowing me to do the research. Also, again, this is the petty part of me. I apply for grants like they do as well. They're as equally successful as I am in getting grants, in that we're both 0 for 0. And I know why I'm 0 for 0. It's not... There are colleagues who will put it down to... Oh, there are lots of people who use various things. There's always the one whose favourite is, I'm a white Anglo-Saxon male, so I'm not getting the funding. No, it's not. It's that at the moment, the area of history which you are putting forward for funding isn't in vogue. No one's interested in it at the moment. No one's interested. During the 100th anniversary of World War I, you couldn't move for funding for World War I projects. That's fine. That was during that period, and that made sense. Now that's over, you're not getting it. There's not real much funding for World War I projects going around. And there won't be funding for World War II stuff, which is the stuff, let's be honest, I do interwar in World War II, World War I, all those things. Well, that stuff, World War II grants, the real funding for it, won't be coming out till the mid 2030s. And that's when I start. At the moment, what's they funding? They are funding Tudor history. They are funding Age of Sail stuff. They are funding all sorts of social and cultural maritime and naval history, because that's what's being focused on at the moment. And there is nothing wrong with that. History goes through phases of what people are interested in. And it happens. So work it out. Don't take it personally. Try and write as good an application as you can and push forward and try and find other means of supporting your research, of covering the research. And that's what, my always bios. I have said I am a contract lecturer. I teach history of engineering to engineering students and academic skills to them as well. I also teach history in history universities and all other things, but the fact that's, whenever I get the chance, whenever someone's hiring me for the contract, I go do it. I'm very happy to teach history, very happy to teach international relations, very happy to teach any of those things. I do. I teach general history, political history, economic history occasionally, engineering history, of course, and naval history and military history in terms of general stuff, because that's what you do to earn a living. You don't sitting there and crying because you haven't got a role that's specific to your area and specialty available, and so you can't find employment, doesn't really wash with me. Maybe it's because I was a scholarship boy at school. Maybe because I don't come from the most well-off family and most well-off background. But my policy is you work with what you're given. And you try and do what you can to keep the money coming in, because the money coming in allows me to do the research. I can do the book. I funded the research for my book, and I put my hand up this. This is not the most sensible way to do it, but this is how I funded it. I got a credit card. I was never going to really get a credit card, but I got a credit card, and that's how I funded the research for my book. Currently, I'm servicing roughly X amount of grand on that credit card, which is fine. I can afford to do that, and the reason I've done it is I worked out and based it on when is the book likely to be published. Unfortunately, I was estimated it was going to be published about 18 months ago, which has made things tighter than I preferred them. But I had a contingency, and I had it worked out for this is when it's hopefully going to be published, and this is the latest it could possibly be published, which is about 4 years down the road. So 18 months late is not that much of a problem, because I sat down, worked it out, and because I do other things. I do TV work, and I do, of course, the YouTube with you lovely people. And that's fun. I don't have truck with the people who blame things beyond their control for reasons they haven't got what they want. It seems silly to me. If there is a term which I'm not sure I always agree with, because there are other factors always at play.
And I always think, actually, the biggest factor in terms of your likelihood for achieving anything in life is usually your economic background rather than anything else. But I do agree the other things can be a factor. And that's as close as I'm getting to the topic, because that's really not the topic of this. But I also think attitude has an impact. Because I think if you're prepared to accept easy explanations, it gives you an excuse of not to do something. And whilst those things are sometimes do have a factor in play, in my own experience as a dyslexic, it would be very and the amount of times people have given me to get out clause of going, "Oh, you're dyslexic. You couldn't do that. Dyslexic. Don't worry about that. You can't do that. There's nothing wrong with that." And the thing is, I haven't let that hold me back. And I have more respect for people who get up and push. I don't care if they agree with me or disagree with me on things, but I have more respect for people who get up and push than the people who go, "Oh, I won't be able to do that because of this." Try. You might fail. You probably will. Most of us do. The book I've got coming out, it's not the first book I've submitted to a publisher to be published. It's the third. The first two were based on my PhD thesis, and they didn't like them. The next one that comes out after this will probably be the sloops. The third one will possibly be one based on my book, my PhD thesis, and the fourth one might well be based on Admiral Henderson, because by that point I will have enough money to go and do the things I need to do to research and probably put together the Admiral Henderson book, because I want to travel to Greece and various other places where he went and find local archives where he's mentioned. But the thing is, I've got tons of rejections. I need to keep going, and that's the thing with anything in life, whether it's history, whether it's your career, whether it's whether it's your social life, where things. Respectful persistence is what pays off. Always respectful persistence. Nicest way, member of the opposite sex says no, it's no. You can decide whether to. That's a no, can't go away. Maybe a later date, you go again if you're still interested, and you go see again. You see again. Would you like to go on a date? Maybe they'll change their mind. But respectful persistence. It's the same with work. Respectful persistence. Always, whenever you get a rejection, write a very nice letter, a very nice email, basically going, "Thank you for responding. Is there anything I can do to improve in the future?" 9 times out of 10, you'll get the generic response, which will go, "I'm sorry, but due to the volume of applicants, we cannot respond on individual cases." But 1 times out of 10, you will get a backer response, and that will allow you to improve for next time. And I get to a lot of interviews. I just haven't got the full-time job. But the amount of universities which then call me up and go, "Would you like to come do some contract work?" I can't do that bad in interviews. Thank you, Carmen Gasbo. Thank you, Colin Cameron. That wasn't what I'm talking about. Wasn't expecting funding, but thank you. Very kind of you. Rosansky's binocular supplier. Who yelled no louder? Von Svey when he saw the tribals, or Lusians when he saw Renown? Lusians when he saw Renown. If he saw Renown. Yes, Lusians when he saw Renown. Probably a lot louder. Stafford, I reckon if they're neighbours, they'll either love them or loathe them. They were the life of the lake back in the day. Ooh, Dayton, Ohio has a Valkyrie B-70, B-2, and a B-52 Bosca. Tempting. If anyone in the UK wants to see things that were at Jutland, then toddle up here. The new museum is nearly finished. Also, there's a new museum down in Gosport, a new thing, and the Coastal Forces, and that looks really, really cool. I'm really quite keen on going to that one. Hmm. Andreas Garcia. Hello, hi Doctor. Do you plan to work out about I don't know, similar to what you did about access animals? Yes. Haglyph, upload your grant proposition to a wiki somewhere and I will review and improve it. Thank you. I might, well, I need to write tightly. Demonstrate contemporary relevance. Yeah, my grant application, my standard one is a total of 3 sides of A4, which is the which includes my one page academic CV, which is fairly good. The second one page is the cost budget breakdown. One page is the outline of the project. So I'm fairly happy with that. But the next one might well appear before I put it in on the Discord for people to have a look at. Thanks, Gunberg. Colin Cameron, check if you go to Boston, be careful. My friend that went and nearly got lynched on a tour for saying the Tea Party participants were smugglers that profiteered on more expensive Dutch tea. Why did the US stick with piston props when it should have been obvious that piston props were obsolete? They were reliable. Hmm. That's something. Free Fields using me as a working poor example, Doctor. Free sources of research, make under 21k a year, repairing mums and still working on submissions of build runs. We do what we can. We do. And just remember, Stafford, if ever you're interested and able to do an online masters or interested in something like that, I have a lot of friends who work in the provision of those areas. And I know at least one of those friends who watches this channel and has actually already remarked on your work. So if you want me to send some work onto them and see if they might be interested and might be able to find a way for you onto a online masters program, which you could do, let's say, over 2 to 3 years at your own pace, you could be more than well. They might well find a way for you. Thank you, Colin Karen. Thank you, Vision. And thank you, Rizaba. Frank Spanner, Dodge C, what happened to the sailors made prisoner of wars in 1-1 on both sides? They basically spent their time in various camps. It depended on who got them and where they got them, but they basically put them in various camps and they were treated fairly well. They were given food. They were looked after within the the practice at the time.
They often made attempts to escape. A few, especially a lot of the the German ones, ended up in Canada. The British like to put German prisoners in Canada. It's a nice and safe place for them to try and get away from. A fair number of Germans ended up being interned in Chile and South America. Of course, you know what happened there. A certain gentleman called Quinaris managed to get away. Thank you, Bertrand. Look, so much easier to buy in today's victim ideology. There are some people who truly are victims in this world. But the trouble is, there are a lot of people for who see being a victim as being a badge of honor. I'm not sure about that myself. Phil McKinney, hello. In case you missed it, I posted an explanation of why Cunningham personally inspected Terra's guns. Yes, I did see it, and I was actually going to do a little video response, but as you aren't here, I'll do a video response, but also respond now. You pointed out that he inspected it because of the importance of it to the army and all those things. I can see your point, but that still really doesn't justify him going personally. However, that did get me to thinking about it. And actually, by going away, it did buy him a break from, if you look at the dates he was apparently there, did mean he managed to get out of a few meetings with his colleagues. So you're thinking he's going there for a personal inspection to verify it. I'm thinking he's going there because he wants to get out of some meetings with his colleagues who are running the Africa and the Mediterranean campaigns. I think, seriously, I think he was using it as his version of a holiday. I'll go and inspect Terra's guns. Graham Hunt, the Iron did a very good job with that. Graham Hunt, in World War II, the POWs built the barriers and also a chapel. They had all sorts of things they got the prisoners' walls up to. They tried to keep them active. Come on, Doc, if you come up, I'll promise to make sure the shop has plenty of Iron Brew in stock. Oh, and not wear a blue bonnet. Thank you. Phil Williams, hello. Came from poor background, served my country for 24 years. RN, have our own house. That's me and the wife. Heartbreak and wars along the way, but our lives are better than before. If you want it, go for it. 1961, and I guess the UK decided to move away from piston props as they had the turbojet prop and jet. Yes. And they were happy with them. They were getting them. Plus, there was a bit of an incentive for the British to do it because the British weren't going to build up numbers, so they had to go for looking cool. I have a friend who recently retired from being a senior academic at UCL's Institute of Archaeology on concerning stuff. Cool. Thank you, Stafford. Next one, Dusty. Were there attempts to free prisoners of war from the Netherlands? That was a bit of an issue. It was problematic. As a rule, it wasn't considered polite on either side to do so. But certainly both sides maintained the capability to do it if they wanted to. So, Mac, what was talked about for the last 25 minutes? Oh. Yeah, I really do think Admiral Cunningham going and inspecting himself, he could justify, probably, as I said, even McKinney has raised a point, he could certainly justify his missing their meetings because of the seriousness of it. But it
also did give him the opportunity to get out of some of those meetings. So, yes, he could both do work and get out of having to meet with his colleagues. She. But no, it's fun. Right. Good lord. And yeah. Oh, and the update about the shorts. I'm not sure if I mentioned this so much earlier, but they are going to be slightly improved when they come out, next generation come out. Because next generation of shorts are hopefully, if the software I've got for my phone works properly, and we always say hopefully if it works properly, so far testing's been good, allows me to green screen the background. So I'll be able to put this picture behind me while talking on a short. So it should be fun. And I've got... Because what I do is I have the topics and I have the bullet points. And the other thing I was going to bring up was any suggestions anyone that would like to have for other topics. Because currently I have the shorts which I'm in the process of recording are Fairy Swordfish in 60 seconds, the Battle of Trafalgar in 60 seconds, the Battle of Taranto in 60 seconds, Who was Admiral Nelson in 60 seconds, the Battle of the Red Plate in 60 seconds. Notice I'm putting 60 seconds in all the titles to remind me it's 60 seconds. Who was Admiral Graf Spee in 60 seconds, the Battle of Coronel in 60 seconds, and HMS Ark Royal 91 in 60 seconds, which of course was on the screen here not long ago. So yeah, I've got it planned up to number 21, and I'm then going to be doing the next batch. I like the little 60-second ones. 9683, what was the first RN ASW aircraft? Oh god, I can't believe I'm going to say this. The first RN ASW aircraft, which was actually had ASW as part of its role when it's being developed, was probably the Blackburn, which was supposed to spot submarines. Oh god, I just said that out loud. Graham Hunter, have you read Ings McCartney's Scarlet Flow 1919? I think so. Next one, it's 59 seconds, Dr. C. Yes, they are really 59 seconds, but it's just easy to say 60 seconds. Battle of the Nile, added onto the list. Well, if I do Francis Drake in 60 seconds, I've got to do Raleigh. For obvious reasons. Oh. Why you need a Navy in 60 seconds? Ooh, that could be an interesting one. Okay. I'm going to take it up to 28. So if there are suggestions... like to see, were there any UK citizens that went in space? Well, there have been 2. There was a lady who went up with NASA, and there was a gentleman who went up there was... Ooh. Let's see, British astronauts. There was Helen Sharman. There was Michael Foale, who had dual UK-US nationality. Mark Shuttleworth must have been in space. Piers Sellers. Nicholas Patrick. Richard Garrett, and Timothy Peake is the potential one. And the British did have people being trained to go into space on the space shuttles because of the Skynet 4 program at one point. We can all be slightly worried by the fact that the British communication system is called Skynet. A satellite communication system is Skynet. And before anyone gets really worried, the British are planning on launching Skynet 6. Oh. Oh, good lord. Skynet. It's just... Why? Oh. 04. 01. Oh. Skynet. It's real. So obviously what's happened is we haven't got Skynet yet right. It hasn't taken over the world. So we keep going through different variations on it. No point has anyone gone, you know, perhaps we should change the name. Really? Perhaps? There are Kron. If you can do Francis in 60 seconds, you can do Walter in 55. No, because I need at least 5 seconds to explain about the poodle. Yeah, they work. I haven't responded to your videos. I'm going to respond to videos on Twitter. Don't worry. They will be the responses coming back. They just haven't been responded because I've been dealing with puppies being, well, in one case, a puppy up all night because the puppy was not happy. Alfie wrote, are there some battles like Jutland and Trafalgar that are too large to cover in 60 seconds? I'm going to give Trafalgar in 60 seconds a go. Jutland in 60 seconds might be more difficult. Hello, Melanie, 1640.
Colin Cameron. In 1916, German army collapses and France gives up any territory claim in lieu of a world debt to UK. Germany becomes a British protectorate. Who does Fisher replace Jellicoe with? Probably Jellicoe replaces Fisher as first Sea Lord, and Jellicoe doesn't have to deal with Beatty as Beatty can get a nice job as Oh, you could make, instead of BT getting the Grand Fleet, BT could have the job of decommissioning the High Seas Fleet. The France fellow, Dr. C, could the UK have gone to the moon first if there had not been World War 1 and 2? If they put the effort behind it, yes, but that's big ifs. There's a lot of things that have to go in the right way. Honestly, the British do tend to like technology races, though. Dan Freeman, no. You forget. From the moon, we could manage everyone. Just think of the moon like this: Britain's permanent base to watch the world. We don't mind we have no qualms about setting up colonies in impossible to reach places. Oh, Stafford Thompson, Stafford. The problem with Zebedee is not anything medical. It's just that he is a 1-year-old puppy. The Tafra. This is the training assistant, faculty research assistant. He's a lovable fluff, but he has reached the age where if he hears any conversation upstairs, he thinks we're having a party, and thinks, "Oh, I should go take part in that." And then start dwarfing because he wants to come and have fun. And I would prefer he went to sleep. And so would the rest of the family. So it's fun. It is fun. Mm-hmm. Bad. So, how's everyone doing? Any more questions? Come on. We normally have a few more questions than this, or have managed to answer them all. That'd be interesting. I don't think I've ever managed to answer them all and make everyone go quiet. Oh. Probably as we speak now, there are lots of questions piling up, and I'm not noticing them because it's not updating or something. Mm-hmm. As this is turned into this. Wasn't there a first sea lord in between Fish and Jellicoe? There was. But the thing is, if Britain wins in 1916, then presumably the war's gone to a level at which they're not going to know it. They're probably being quite successful because it's Henry Jackson in between. One of the most forgotten people in naval history.
Sir Henry Jackson. Now, he's a cool guy. Someone just popped to my door. I'll be back in a second. But in the meantime, I'll give you a picture of HMS Juno. Hopefully, he says. In 1901, one of the first wireless-equipped ships. Juno! She's a good-looking little ship, isn't she? What I love is she's quite striking, and her lines are such you almost don't notice her guns. She's an Eclipse-class protected cruiser. So the whole way through World War One. And this was her in 1901. When she was taking part, she was equipped with wireless. Basically, she's one of the first, ships equipped with wireless. And Jackson was the first captain to achieve ship-to-ship wireless transmission. And this was considered amazing because they achieved ship-to-ship wireless communication, demonstrated continuous communication with another vessel up to 3 miles away. And that was in 1896. That wasn't on this vessel. This vessel he got in 1899, which he had made sure was equipped with wireless. And he basically kept equipping, making sure his ships were equipped with wireless and were working with wireless. And even went on to work with Marconi. And of course, the person I'm talking about is Admiral Sir Henry Jackson. Let's find it. Admiral Sir Henry Jackson, Chief Lewis Jackson. Wonderful. GGGG. There you go. Done. And there we go. If I put this back to the same level as that, and then there. There you go. There's Jackson. Okay. Decision. So, appropriate to the latest build from. What is the trolliest possible RM present ship vis-a-vis the Chinese? Oh, probably it's HMS Dragon. Let's be honest. It's more than likely HMS Dragon being used to troll the Chinese is the most. Is probably the trolliest they could get. But they could also use potentially HMS Tamar or various other. An OPV is a pretty trolling ship if we're dealing with the Chinese. Because our OPVs are both quite big and tough for their size, but also quite lightly armed. Separation exciting guard dogs. Guns room. Have you tried a well-used unwashed shirt from the keepsake? Yes. We've tried that. We've also tried the hugs and walks before bed. And last night I managed to. Let's put it this way: the first night we had no sleep. Then the next night I managed to get him to go to bed. Using the tried and trusted method of telling him it was ninja nighttime and he had to be quiet like a ninja, which for some reason he seemed to get. And before anyone says cultural appropriation or anything like that, yeah, I know, but I was talking to a 1-year-old dog. Kind of like when you're talking to anything, imagery is what you're projecting. Fairly sure he didn't understand what I was saying either, but he seemed to be quiet. He was quiet all night. Baron Khan, in 1905, the Russians win Tsushima. Does that prevent the 1917 revolution? Depends what they do after they win it. If they win it and they use it as a casus sort of belli to a cause to inspire the populace and inspire the country towards a better infrastructure system so that they don't have the pitfalls that they do have, yes. If not, the fact they had to spend so much money rebuilding their navy after Tsushima, which they could have used on other things, is an issue. UK's moon base would immediately call for independence and refuse to cooperate with the terrestrial UK. It wouldn't. Besides, you can guarantee the UK wouldn't leave it so it could be so easily go independent. There'd be something, a little thing in there which they could only get in the UK. Something small and innocuous, so no one jumps on it until they realise they need it. 96 F381. Could Ferry being chosen to build the S3 Viking if the UK bought it? Potentially. It would either been Ferry or Westland. Anak, how do you expect China's demographic crisis to affect their near-term posture? Well, that's what worries me most about China. Nations, when they feel strong, tend to be less easily provoked and less likely to react. Nations which feel weak for whatever reason tend to be more prone to machismo and beating chest and making silly mistakes. What if the Italy collapses in 1916 and France survives until 1918? Ouch and ouch. If Italy collapsed in 1916, then you have a problem, but not really a massive one, because Well, you have a problem in that Italy's quite a good, useful part of the Allies, but without them, if Italy collapses, that doesn't really give the Austrians anything. Because any move into Italian territory could risk just causing them to start fighting again, and you're probably going to find yourself fighting Italians in various fronts anyway, because if Italy collapses, it's going to be a civil war, and you don't want to enter into that with your army. So it frees up your troops from the Italian front to go and help out on the French front, but that's about it. Does it free up your navy? They still have to get through the bottom, and frankly, what you would probably see is the Allied troops, which have been assisting the have been used to assist the Italians, being withdrawn and used to secure an island base or something, or probably just operating from Malta, etc., to keep the Austrians as secure as possible. Because whilst yes, the Austrians do have some lovely ships, unless you both take Italy out the war and massively increase the Austrian navy, it doesn't really change much because Austria's locked in the Adriatic. It just reduces some of the burden on them. More interesting is Franz Joseph surviving till 1918. That might actually keep Austria-Hungary more together and working for longer. But whether it prevents the Empire collapsing with its defeat in 1918, if he dies, then it probably doesn't. It's fun times. Right. What if Gibraltar thought that 14-inch guns were the way to go, better than the bigger guns? Why would he push to mandate rather than just letting his navy pick the better guns? Because whilst he believed it, no one else did. Thompson, that would be very difficult because a lot of the technology and the understanding, especially around seasoning and managing wood, has gone. However, conversely, we do have a lot of older trees because they have a forest which are, i.e., new forest, etc., which were planted in areas of forest, like, for example, Surrey Oaks, which were planted to provide trees later on, which have been basically left since then. So we could find the wood, but it wouldn't be easy. 96831. What do you change about the 1981 Defense White Paper? I'd cry. If I had my way, the Royal Marines would get their own CVRT unit in the 1981 Defense White Paper, because I would love that for going into the Falklands, because they could have organised it if they'd got it in there and it had been organised quickly. And I think it's justifiable, the Norway scenario. And I would have also would have not had Invincible going to be sold to the Australians. I'd probably announce we're buying a fourth one.
Colin Cameron, which admirals got on better with their enemies rather than their superior subordinates? Oh. There's quite a few. But I think a classic example is Canaris. I wouldn't be surprised if you could say he got on better with several of the British people towards the end of his career than he did with the Germans. And there were certain Italian admirals who I think got on, preferred their opponents to their superiors. Stuff something. And what time span before we got back to the steam age, or do you think that we'd be able to repair our high-tech systems after such an event? It would take time to repair the high-tech systems, but also we might do it in a different way. You have to remember there is a lot of knowledge which is not digital. This is one of the things with a lot of those things. There are lots of systems which have backup, which are protections. There are lots of systems which have security, and usually the various things of these systems is that they all fail. It's doubtful that they'll all fail. There's also the fact that I have a car outside which I can take the engine apart of and rebuild. That's my Subaru. Admittedly, that's an older car, but that's not that old. It's not that long ago. It's not going to, it wouldn't be easy, but I don't think it'd be too long. I think we'd be talking a couple of decades, not a couple of centuries. And way off topic, it was the RN that contributed to the last pitched battle being fought on British soil, being fought where it was. A minor fact that's been overlooked. Culloden, yes. Mind you, for many reasons, that battle honour is never claimed. No, Culloden is one of those interesting battles. Oh, Safford, I have seen the Jessica Alba show. Trust me. Ah, childhood. Or other teenage years. Paul Besser, given the move of the RM to be more specialised, should the army re-roll at least a battalion as a specialist in amphibious warfare? The RMs have mainly gone the more specialised route because that looked like the route the government was going to fund. Now, with us moving back to looking at the Far East, they're looking at actually needing a stronger unit. And this is the thing: the literal strike force. Once you start looking at it, you need at least 2 to 4. You need at least 2 companies, probably 4, i.e., a full squadron, a full commando on the vessel for it to be viable with supporting units. Once you start working it through. So I think what you've got a reality is the Royal Marines have started off talking about being a small, light, specialised force, and in reality are probably going to reinvent the amphibious ready group on the British side, on a British model, based around a reinforced commando, especially when you're looking at the Far East. You see, here's the thing: if you're talking on about taking on lightly armed terrorists and those sorts of things, then you can probably do that with a couple of companies of Marines. They're smart, they're quite well armed, they can do it. Once you start looking at possibly interfering with disputed islands in the South China Sea or other issues which might come about, suddenly you want a little bit more firepower. Just a tad more. And also, when you start thinking about taking on those terrorists, what happens if they turn out to have buddies and turn out to be closer to Daesh than to the 2001 version of the Taliban? What happens if you're dealing with that kind of force? Well, then you might need something that can pull you out of the fire or reinforce you. The literal strike group is going to be interesting in terms of what it produces when it eventually produces it. How long before her capabilities were eclipsed? Honestly, probably about 1900, but, you know, she's still pretty cool. Definitely by 1906. Graham Hanna, it was the RN that spotted the Highlander and regulars coming back from the aborted night attack on Nairn. Knight 683, why was the ferry Gannet delayed getting into service that prompted the TVM Avenger purchase? It was engine issues. Ben Cameron, I miswrote my earlier question. It should have said which German admiral replaces Beatty. Ooh. Hipper, because Spey is not available. He's already dead by then. Oh, Richard, Doug Clarke, was there a follow-up design to the Minotaur class armor cruiser in case the Invincible concept didn't pan out? Yep. There was actually... This is the interesting thing. There was actually another design which the RN was apparently working on, which would have seen... Well, would have actually seen a Dreadnought armoured cruiser, in that it would have been armed with 9.2-inch guns and would have been about... I think it was supposed to be about 15,000 tons. And it was literally going to have twin 9.2s forward, 2 wing turrets, twin 9.2s, and then aft, like Dreadnought's layout. Could have been interesting. It would have been a quite useful heavy cruiser to have had in service. Could have seen it, you know, if you'd had a few of those built and in service, then possibly they'd have been there for Coronel, and that's, well, that's one of the things. If you look at the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, they are lovely ships, and they're very capable ships. But if you literally had a Dreadnought armored cruiser with a broadside of 8 9.2-inch guns, well, it might well have done them damage at that long enough range, because they have 8.3-inch guns and a broadside, broadly speaking, I think of, if I remember correctly, 6.
Yeah, 6. So if, and especially the radius of fire you'd have had from that arrangement. And you wouldn't have had the Invincibles out there. You wouldn't have had battlecruisers out there, but you could have had these if they built them. This is the point about heavy cruisers. You can't build enough battlecruisers to be in enough places. You need heavy cruisers if you're going to be out there. So this is my point about when people go, oh, the Alaskas, they must be battlecruisers. They're not. They're heavy cruisers. They're very good heavy cruisers, but they're heavy cruisers. Because a good heavy cruiser should be able to make a battlecruiser think, this could be dangerous. Any surface raider worry, and you know. Ooh. Mm-hmm. Let's see. What did the USA lose when it left the Empire? I feel like making a joke about the ability to spell, but honestly, they didn't lose that much. They were already pretty independent. Britain lost something. They lost what they'd sunk a lot of treasure into, but again, it made them look at their empire anew and push forward. And it gave them, it made protecting things a lot easier because, honestly, a large empire on that side of the Atlantic was far too easy for the French to get to, because they had an Atlantic coast, whereas getting to India, etc., Far East, was far more difficult for the French. Stafford, I was just getting planning on plan. Honestly, my occasional plan is to just let them come sleep in my bed. But that isn't liked by my family. They feel that's bad. Sets bad precedents for when I'm not here, because the dogs didn't want to go and sleep in everyone else's bed. Oh. Off license. I'm going to avoid that one for joys of what that hits a number of points which I think YouTube might have issues with. I think it's always more of a case of taking advantage of the situation than actually planning the situation. I often find with the reality is often people often presume governments are this capable of being organized and planning and undermining things they're not. In my experience, most governments barely make it through a day without making a massive or something. So yeah, they usually take advantage of scenarios rather than push them. Shomak, how much technology did the British nick off the Dutch that the Germans made under front recoveries? We were given it freely by the Dutch for a price, but freely. Probably a fair amount. Many disagree. Alex, why did they think 14-inch guns were superior? Okay, well, they thought the British had two plans when it came to the 14-inch guns. And this is where things get quite weird. The British were, to an extent, thinking about the idea of automation, of making their guns far less labor intensive, far more rapid firing, which you can do with a 14-inch gun easier than you can do with bigger shells because they're lighter, and it's moving shells and lining up shells, which is the most difficult part of automating a major gun system. They also were thinking about volume of fire. Chatfield was obsessed with volume of fire and number of shells. You can achieve a higher rate of fire with slightly smaller shells. No, that's going wrong. And you can also armor a ship against a 14-inch fire easier. So you can theoretically make it lighter. And the other big advantage for the 14-inch, and I think this is something Chatfield will never admit to, but I'm fairly sure was involved somewhere, was pretty much the only ones who were still building a 14-inch of decent capability was the British at that point. Everyone else would have to start building and designing it again. Everyone else was focusing in on the 16-inch. But of course, peace and politics would break out, so everyone will be happy to go to 14-inch, because it's big enough to say you have a battleship without actually having to have a battleship. That's 684. If some of the British Cold War airplanes had ended service earlier, then how would their service have gone? Depends on the plane, depends on the time, depends on what changes. You know, if you get the Buccaneer earlier, does that give Britain a stronger strike air group? It probably does. Sea Vixen, pretty cool aircraft, a very cool fighter, a pretty cool all-weather capable fighter. If you get it earlier, well, the Sea Vixen enters service in 1959. It's specified in its first flight is in 1951. So if it flies, let's say in 1951, and the Korean War is still going on, and takes part in the Korean War, that would actually be a big thing. It'd be a very capable aircraft. But the aircraft that would have been available in 1951 would probably not have been as good as the aircraft that was available in 1960. Do you happen to know why the Germans abandoned their 24cm 9.4-inch armor cruiser in favor of the 21cm of Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, and Blucher? I think it was down to the idea of faster firing again. There is always a balance to be made between between the hitting power of individual shells and volume of fire of shells, and the accuracy you can achieve, etc. Speed of the shell going through the gun, caliber. It's again, if you're using a smaller it's far easier to make a longer barrel for a smaller caliber than it is for a larger caliber. It also tends to be cheaper. There are
force against and all these things. McKinney, if you come to see me anyway, it's a hop, skip, and jump to see the hour. Then the little known museum experience. Into the desert for the China Lake Museum and Naval Museum of Armament Technology. Cool. Agreed, Stafford. So here, what happened when the British government sent a battleship for riot control? It worked, but a battleship really didn't want to get involved in it. Sasha Vachel, there was an HMS Culloden in the Revolutionary Wars and the Napoleonic Wars. Yeah. You have to have some battles named after. Was the Short Sturgeon and the Short Seamew bad ASWs? They were fine for their time. Colin Cameron, Culloden, yet another battle where the logistics suppliers of one side did their best to make sure the other side win. Who did they have the money with? Dr. Clarke, if I'm a subthompson, if I ask, have any of your students said, I don't know how I come with it, I just see it and write it down? Because I'll research things interest, then they just come to me. I encourage them to do that. They find something interesting or they have an idea, go up and look it up. Because maybe someone else had a similar idea. Maybe they'll have something you can start off with. Or maybe it's something unique. You won't know until you go and look. Some why 9.2 inch rather than 9 inch? Well, here's the thing. Now, usually, 9.2 inches in millimeters is described as 233 millimeters. Usually 9.2s work out at roughly 230 to 235 depending on who's making them. 9 inches works out at 228 millimeters. It's usually 230. If I remember correctly, 230. Yeah, it's usually roughly 235 millimeters. That's usually roughly, which actually works out as 9.25. But no one wants to say 9.3 and round it up, so they usually just go 9.2. Let's compare Afghanis. Just got in. China's Belt and Road Initiative. An end run around Mahan and the validation of Mackinda. It's certainly an idea, but it's not really going to replace Mahan. Replace the sea. Basically, the Belt and Road Initiative are a very nice idea to try and give them a chance. And to mean that any impact is not immediately felt, but it's not going to make up for the shortfall. Not by a long way. 9681. Who was the first to realise piston engines were obsolete? Has anyone really realised they're obsolete? They're still useful in certain circumstances. Just remember, with all these engines, all these technologies, they're still working on. There are still new piston engines coming into service. It's just they're not used as often. They tend to be made by smaller manufacturers now for specialist aircraft that benefit from a piston engine type air for their duties. 96831. Has the surface radar become obsolete? Beware of saying a surface radar has become obsolete.
If you consider the impact pirates had in little fishing, which were, well, in broadly speaking, fishing dhows with AK-47s, imagine what a worked-up surface raider might do, a surface ship might do if it wanted to on the world's merchant trade. It's gonna be, you can track it down, but it's going to take resources, and that's the point about surface raiders. It's not necessarily the fact that the damage they do; it's the resources they attract to try and track them down that mean that you don't have resources for other things because you have to send resources to engage them. That's the thing. You don't have a choice with a surface raider. That's nonsense. Last battlecruiser was Hood. Would love to see Type Beta 3 Hood, Renown, Repulse, and Royal Sovereign for the first 4 ships. Again, me and Drac are working on these things. We have names. Don't worry. We're pushing it. Lucas Drench. The battlecruisers, the Alaska are either light battlecruisers, since they are cruisers upscaled to capital ship size, or they're their introduction of the three-tiered cruiser categories prior to World War One. They're the reintroduction of the three-tier cruiser categories, but also in many ways. But think of it as this way. They are not capital ship size for World War II. Yes, if you put, I always say this, if you put the Alaska class into World War One, you have a sodding good battle cruiser. Yes, 21,000 tons, it's beautiful. But they are a third of the size of roughly the Iowas, a third of the size of the Montanas, which are the battleship and arguably, if anything, the battle cruiser, as the Iowa in that scenario, in that triad. Alaska's are the heavy cruiser. Okay? If you don't have the treaty limit of 10,000 tons, what do you think a heavy cruiser would have grown to by World War II if it'd been actually developing? If all the ships, because Hood was at 40,000 tons already. We know we can estimate that probably by World War II, if everyone was still building and Hood is using as base model, the odds are every roughly decade or so, they're going to put on another 10 to 20,000 tons. But heavy cruisers tend to be roughly, if we look at the armored cruisers of the time of HMS being produced at the same time as HMS Dreadnought, those things, they are roughly a half to 2/3 of the weight of the battleships. Some of them are almost as heavy as them. The other cruisers involved, the first class protector cruisers, are roughly a third. The Alaskas, roughly a third of the equivalent capital ships being produced at the same time as it. Also, no one in the 1940s was going to put 12-inch guns on a battleship and consider it a serious battleship, other than the Germans. And the only reason they were doing it wasn't because they wanted to, it was because they didn't have a working gun bigger than that. The only gun they had which worked was the 11-inch. They didn't want the Scharnhorst to be 11-inch guns. They wanted them to be 15-inch gun ships. But they didn't have a working 15-inch gun for them. So they went with 11-inch because they thought it was better to have the hulls in the water than not. Right, I'm going to finish off this Iron Brew, and then I'm going to head into the floppies and make sure they're in bed. So, Thompson, if you were to time travel to the 1890s, bring the heads of the Admiralty to the current day, but who is surprised that things haven't changed that much in close to 200 years? Potentially. They probably also want to potentially figure out what went wrong with World War One and World War Two. They probably spend more of their time studying those and going, what mistakes did we make? Graham Hunt, you like Wolf. I read recently there was a certain Scot that well provided the passwords to permit them onto the planes to win. Scots tend to be fairly good at intelligence. What do you mean people assume governments are capable of undermining things? I've watched them undermine so many things, even things that would benefit them, lol. That's the problem. They're very good at undermining stuff which would benefit them. And not always so good at undermining things they want to. Bijan, I think they, the Prime Minister's first name is Alexander. He's Alexander Pfeffel Boris Johnson. Boris is his third name. It's just the name we all call him by. So, Scott, gas turbines are used to supplement marine diesel engines, but they use too much fuel for use all the time for ships. For a ship, most modern ships are run on diesel piston engines now. Yeah. I keep seeing pictures of Sea Vixens. One is going to appear in the corner shortly. Ooh, that'll do. But I will get through the questions before I go, so don't worry about that. Were the 14-inch ideas also similar to the treaty cruiser logic of the British for a need for more hulls, even a smaller? Yeah, to an extent. Richard, Dr. C, when do you think we'll see the first hydrogen fuel cell battery warship? Probably about a decade. Well, probably about a couple of decades. It'll be well tested before it's put on warships. You'll probably need a hydrogen fixing system using aluminium powder or something like to hold the hydrogen as fuel instead of compressed or liquid helium, liquid hydrogen. Potentially. A British and a French fleet meet in Napoleonic Wars in the middle of the ocean. What is the fleet named after? The nearest point of land or the date? Hence, there's the glorious 1st of June. Alfred B228. In the Age of Sail, some ships in the Royal Navy get assigned to harbour service. Why is that? They're guard ships, and they're assigned to protect them so that the people can't really go in and damage the harbour. They're basically protection. They're basically there instead of building a fort, or in addition to the forts. I thought it was Pfeffel, not De Pfeffel, but maybe put De Pfeffel. If they started calling him Alexander instead, his support would rise because Alexander is a great name. Why didn't they just cut 9.25-inch gun then? Because by that point they had changed to calling everything by numbers. Look, don't get in. These things don't necessarily have a logic. They just have a sales pitch. Senecanera, surface radar in the Indian Ocean could do bad things for global shipping. Yes. Vision, Hood is not like a retired name in the RM. Professor, you realise you have outdone Drac by a wide margin this week? Yeah, I did think I had, but that wasn't really in my factor of thinking. I was just answering questions. Actually, there are many Stephen Winters. There are many advantages to electric drive, as you point out. Steady RPM and torque makes the engine last longer. Plus, you can do all sorts of variable power systems. Andrew Alpha B228. I thought the Alaskas were about 30,000 tons. Yeah, they are 30,000 tons standard, but class battleship. Let's see. The Iowa class are 48,500 tons in standard, and the Montanas, again, they're equivalent battleships, are 64,000 tons standard. So yes, you have 2/3 the size of the battle cruiser, the fast battleship, but that's the equivalent of battle cruiser in that period, and half the size of the half the placement of the big battleship. So yes, I'm sorry, my figures were off in my head earlier, but still, in World War One, she's an absolutely amazing she's an amazing battle cruiser. By World War Two, she's a heavy cruiser. Be happy. There's nothing wrong with being a good heavy cruiser. This is one of the problems. People get so obsessed by it. It has to be a battle cruiser because that's the glorious title. It's not. It's a title. You need a lot more heavy cruisers than you need battle cruisers. And as anyone who looks at the battle in the Pacific War, heavy cruisers do a lot of work. In any war in parts of World War II, heavy cruisers and light cruisers do a lot of work. Having a big, powerful heavy cruiser is no mean feat and is useful. And arguably almost more useful than a battle cruiser by that point in World War II. Congressman, fun enough, the Admiral Graf Spee, the 6'11" Panther Chief, would eat an invincible battlecruiser, greater speed and greater effective firing range. Yes, it would. But it is a heavy cruiser of the 1930s. The Invincibles are a battlecruiser of 1905. In the nicest way, the nearest equivalent battlecruiser, HMS Hood, would annihilate the Graf Spee. In fact, so would the Renowns, annihilate the Graf Spee. They have greater speed and greater armor, and greater firepower. This is the point. Ships grow bigger. If we were so fixated on size of ships now, what would we be calling destroyers? And in World War II, they're displacing roughly 3,000 tons. Now destroyers are some of them are 14,000 tons. Okay, you could possibly be calling them cruisers, but they're there. Ships grow because you expect it to do. You keep adding in more and more capabilities, more and more things you want it to do. When you're doing Ultimate Admiral's Dreadnought, think about the amount of weight that gets added on when you add in radar, when you add in all the RDF, all that sort of stuff. It adds on weight. You don't have that in World War One or before World War One. You do have it in World War Two. You think of all the firing mechanisms, all the radar, all those things you add in. You don't have them in World War One. You don't have to support them. You don't have to have the power generation, the hotel facilities on your ship
to support them, and the hotel load is basically describes the constant power load needed. All these things grow the size of your ships. The more equipment you want to put in them, the more they're going to grow. And then there's armor, and then there's ammunition, and then there's all the other things. Do you want to go with higher speed? That's going to require more power, which is going to require heavier machinery. Possibly more of it. And that's all going to require more people, which is going to require more bunk space, which is going to require armor to protect it. The thing becomes a never-ending vicious circle to grow the ship. And sorry about getting the Alaskas wrong. I was not sure where I got this one from. I think I was looking at it the other day. Right then. But major disadvantage is you having to convert from the engine through a generator, then run the power to a motor to the power prop. That's inefficient. Depends. If you're using pod propulsion systems, then the inefficiency is outweighed by other ideas. Why do you do that when you can directly couple the engine to the shaft and prop? That is true. Why did the Havilland think the Vampire's leading edge would work on the Sea Vixen? Because that would have been easier if it had. Mudgate 8829. If aircraft were left out, how would an early 1941 US Pacific fleet fare against the Japanese Navy? If no aircraft were involved? In early 1941? Not great. Because you must remember at that point, the Americans are still seriously lacking in terms of firepower battleship-wise. Not as much as you think. Modern magnetic alternators are 90% efficient. You can disagree about it, but the builders are installing them in great numbers. Lucky Church, thank you for this entertaining the directed screen. Thank you. And that's good. By the Panzer Chief was a thing, the RN got... by the time the Panzer Chief were a thing, the RN got rid of 12-inch ships. But could have they modified the 12-inch for a great evolution and range on the Invincibles exported? Probably, if they had been sitting around there. Do you think navies will start? Do you think navies will start looking more at warships like the Constellation geared to low intensity counter piracy operations and stuff that can deter China in the South China Sea? Potentially. Potentially. Hopefully they're going to, because honestly, the LCS style warships aren't going to go there. And as Lonnie's saying, 9%, 10% is massive. That can ruin a transport company. I agree it can, but usually it's less of a worry in warships if there's other advantages. Hello, George Newman. Fuel cells and batteries work together. For prototype shuttle locomotives, that's peak power of 1.5 megawatts. Thanks, Stafford. Don't worry, it's not. It is close. It's 11:30 now, so you know. That's good. Students, the use of this is the use of ansiopods. The ability to forego the cost of tugboats at ports is now more economic than the increased cost of maintenance and installation. Frank's one, how would the Montanas have done with while escorting the carriers? Oh, let's be honest. A Montana class is not your carrier escort. 28 knots maximum if you're lucky. Iowas, of course, could do 33 knots, and theoretically 45 knots in a light load. Alaskas are up to 33 knots again. So Alaskas and Iowas are your carrier escorts. I always think, whenever I'm looking at the Alaskas, I'm thinking they are carrier escorts. That's what I think about the Alaskas. They're my high value, they're my fast carrier escorts. Because they've got enough firepower that anything which gets close enough for a surface engagement, i.e. a Congo, is going to have to think twice. But I can afford to build them in enough numbers that I could have 2 or 3 for each carrier group. Vision, that's about 700 kilowatt fuel cell and rest battery in our freight locomotive being looked at in North America. Cool. Paul Beswick, if China's fleet keeps growing, does Port Stanley become a fully fledged naval base? If China's fleet keeps growing, potentially you do see something based down in the Falklands. But I think first thing you're going to see there, probably based down there, would be XL UUVs, i.e. those basically SSKs by a different name. The uncrewed SSKs that the British are sort of investing in. I wouldn't be surprised if you see a base of them down there. And probably a Type 31 at some point. My 683, would the Seafix have been better if the Avons were changed for Rolls-Royce Thames? Potentially, but it would take another bit of work to the airframe. I just wish they could have built the Alaskas with autoloaders. That would have been terrifying. That would have been terrifying, and they would have hopefully kept them in service, probably done the hours. And then the Alaskas might have been upgraded with, they might have replaced one of the probably they were replaced the X turret with a missile system. President, do you think something along the lines of CETO ASEAN will start looking at something like NATO standing photos for the SES? Not for a while yet. Things would have to change a little bit more dramatically than they are now. Colin Cameron, we are trying to outdo the various things on Inform, Educating and Entertain. Alfred B228. I've been looking at a number of ships the RN has from 1793 to 1813. They have a crazy number of third rates. What ship of World War I or World War II could be compared to a third rate? Light cruisers. Look it up. You're talking about something which is in the capital ship category, which has got to be the cruisers at that point, and they have them in the overwhelming numbers. That's light cruisers. That's probably town class and the larger light cruisers, the towns and crown colonies. What is the rotor radar? Depends on the set and depends on how high you have it in the ship and what kind of systems you have to support it. Is it a rotating radar? Is it a fixed radar? There are all sorts of factors which go in and make it heavier every single time. Thank you, Stefan. Look forward to the pictures. Thank you, Graham Howler. No, more my fluffy. The fluffies are calling me, probably. Besides HMS Vanguard, did any other RM battleship or battlecruiser have a decent chance of being preserved? Strangely enough, probably HMS Renown.
Could have been, it would have been in good enough connect to reserve. Probably. Which would have been nice. I'd like Renown to be reserved. Professor, given the need for standoff range, do you think we could see missiles where the fuel warhead are the same thing? So at short range, I get a big boom. Long range, I get more or less, more range, less boom. They definitely have looked into that, but they haven't got to there yet. And every time they have looked at them, they found it really not that sort of viable. As it is, the fuel is often considered part of the boom at shorter range anyway. That was certainly a factor in Exocets and various other systems. No, 100%. If you're building a warship, put in 2 large gas turbines for when you need full speed, 2 small turbines for lower speed operations, gearboxes, and efficiency be damned. Yeah, pretty much. If you ever are aboard HMS Belfast, you will see she has multiple tier turbine setup, a multi-turbine setup. And the reason is she has a low-speed turbine and a high-speed turbine. And they can just shift. And boom, power. And then she's gone. And you have this because you build your turbines to be efficient at the speeds you're going to normally operate them at. The shaping and structure of a high-speed turbine is different than the shaping and structure of a low-speed turbine. And you can afford to do that on a warship because, as Melanie says, efficiency be damned. And it's like that with pod propulsion and ships. You're probably going to see warships adopting these sort of things actually almost before the commercial industry. Although the commercial industry is probably going to lead the testing and development of them. Because it's not about efficiency. It's not necessarily about efficiency so much and cost efficiency as it is about what advantages it gives you for operation. And the main advantage for electric drive is it's a lot quieter. And if you've got pod propulsion, it's more distributed. And if you can have hydrogen power cells around the ship, along with maybe a gas turbine to generate the hydrogen, that could be a very useful system, especially for anti-submarine warfare, because it keeps you very, very quiet. I'm surprised Wallsprite didn't try to sink the breakers. She tried to pick a spot off the coast of Cornwall, but they didn't allow her to keep it. Sure, Mac. It's not that 28-knot ships couldn't carry escort. It's just that it makes things way more complicated, which is why ships like the North Carolinas and South Dakotas were absent on raids but present at amphibious invasions. True. Precisely. The main issue with piston engines in aero applications is that they don't scale well to high power because of complexity and cooling issues, whereas gas turbines do. True. But if you don't need a high power, if you want something which is very reliable for rugged terrain and maybe for rough landing or non-existent landing strips, piston engines can be viable. 9683, how would Argentina react to the unmanned, uncrewed SSK subs and Type 31s being stationed in Falklands? I doubt they'd be happy about it, but there isn't much they could do about it. Frank Spider, that sounds like a very scary thing. USS Texas being kept around to the 80s and refitted with missile launchers. So let's give you Afrikaners. Admiral Moffat was an effective advocate for airships. Was there an equivalent officer that promoted heavier than airships? In the US Navy? There were a couple, but they were more quiet than that. Nimitz does a fairly good job. Night, John Shea. In the RN Henderson, USN King and Halsey. Yeah, to an extent. I have no idea, Stafford, on that one. Whether Drac would get the joke. That's good, but warships do have to worry about reliability and other concerns. The benefits and detriments of different drive systems mean they'll better fit for different ships. True. Good night, Bill Bolton. Thank you. Thank you, Anuk. Thank you, Graham Handler. Thank you, Callum Gusbeck. Bud Gaten, how many fast battleships do the RN have planned around World War II? The US had 17 planned, with only 10 being completed. The RN doesn't ever... How to put it? The US, because it has to work things through Congress, will make its plans a lot further in advance and has to push things more. The RN doesn't have to as much. So the RN has officially got the Lions under production, but hasn't made any announcement of what will come after Lions. They've got an idea for a Vanguard in case they have war come sooner rather than later, but they aren't really planning on Vanguards unless they have to. So it would be Lion successors. What would come after Lions? What would come after that class? And the RN was working on them. So I would think you would probably see an evolution of the Lions. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw... Well, my theory has always been that if the British go with the Lion class, which was supposed to be about 6 ships, and the King George V class, which were planned to be 5 ships, so they'd have 11 of those. I've always thought that after the Lions, they would have probably gone for something, tried to build something with 12 16-inch guns, 4 treble turrets. I think that would have made sense from the British perspective. How many did they build? What they'd have built, I'm not sure, but I think they'd have done it. I also think you might well have seen the King George V's getting upgraded to 16-inch guns. They might well have gone back and retrofitted them up to 16-inch guns as well, because it wouldn't have been easy, but would have been possible and would have allowed you to standardize on 16-inch guns, because slowly they would be phasing out the Rs. The Lions would theoretically phase out the Rs, and the King George V would come into service. They'd probably phase out Repulse with them, and then you would have the decision of what you're going to phase out the Queen Elizabeths and phase out the refitted Queen Elizabeths and Hood and Renown. Well, that's about another 6 ships, so they've probably got a plan. And are the Americans growing the Navy? If the Americans are growing the Navy, the British aren't going to want to fall behind the Americans, and they don't have to. You have to remember, without the costs of World War II, etc., and the issues of World War II, they don't have to fall behind the Americans. They don't even fall behind the Americans during World War II. They are still the biggest, still about 1946. So they can afford it, and they would afford it. Given solid state technology, I would think volume would be a bigger issue than weight. Potentially. Well, that's because turbines are more efficient when producing full power. A lower power turbine is much more efficient at full power than a high power run at partial output. True. Same actually holds true of gas turbines too. Yep.
No secret. What do you mean gas turbine to generate the hydrogen? Well, you see, here is the thing. There are two options with how you can do. You can do hydrogen fuel cells in that traditional way, or you can do hydrogen fuel cells where you have your own hydrogen fuel. And this is the reason why I have the gas turbines helping generate the hydrogen, because running electricity through water, you can generate hydrogen. And can generate your own. The reason I think about that is if you have that as capability, you could use that fuel to supply your aircraft and your small boats. And it becomes like fuel you have, like petrol, diesel you have for the boats and the small boats and the aircraft. And you can generate your own. And that becomes rather interesting in terms of the logistics of operations. No, I'm fairly sure Henderson was looking at ASW aircraft, but I don't think he was looking at airships. I think he had his plan was based on flying boats and seaplanes. Don't worry. Oh, there's lots of questions coming. Yeah, Rapper, it's a shame aircraft aren't great at present. No, they aren't. Take care, 9640. 9681. How bad was the fatal crash of the Sea Vixen WG236 for the Sea Vixens? No crash is ever good for aircraft. And it requires a response and work. So, yeah. Abzaski, thank you. Frank Spasado, thank you. Dan Freeman, take care, night night. Jack Ray, good night. Vision, good night. Frank Sassi, good night. Did anyone build a warship reliability and ease of maintenance being bedrock design principles? Well, Henderson certainly had it planned the whole way through. Just look at his response on destroyers to Chatfield. Take care, all Richard. Take care, Upper Roseback. Take care, Carmen Gosberg and Stafford. Thank you, Stafford Thompson. Thank you. It's too much. The reason they need a hydrogen fixing scheme is liquid or otherwise compressed hydrogen is pretty explosive. Yeah, but that can be balanced. And I think they have worked out a fixing system. Right. I think the more hazy nature of RM plans is because Congress was very fickle, so there was often a push for a new strategy for a navy second to none, rather than counting on consistent funding. Yeah, that is a factor, but also the RN were to an extent playing wait and see and seeing what the Americans were actually going to build. Because there's always a factor of the RN in that they want to keep pace with the Americans, but they don't want to spend money they don't have to if the American Congress doesn't actually pay for their plans. That's the thing. The US military, all branches planning is usually worked out at least 2 to 3 years ahead of bid and at least 1 year ahead of budget, just to make sure they get funding approval. Whereas in Britain, especially in this period, most of it was worked out about, if it's from 1940, it would be worked out in 1939, the budget proposals. And the ship designs and proposals might start in 1938. So, yeah. Frank Swanner, when is your next live? Thursday. Lions would replace the Queen Elizabeths. They'd replace the R class. They are not being upgraded. The Queen Elizabeths. Not all the Queen Elizabeths will be replaced by the Lions. That was the plans. Some of the Queen Elizabeths have been upgraded. KGBs replace the R's. Again, some of them. Not Royal Oak. Royal Oak had been upgraded. She was going to be kept in service for a bit longer.
don't think that there is. Never believe simplicity is going to necessarily be the rule of the day. Okay? The RN had paid to upgrade 3 of the Queen Elizabeth class and 1 of the R's. Those 4 ships are probably going to be in service because they had the best hulls for a little bit longer. They'd also renown and were planning upgrading Hood, which means they've got 6 upgraded. They think there's going to be war, and they think they're going to need to increase the number of ships. So if you have 5, and then you have the 2 Romney and Nelson, so that's your 8 stay-on ships. You have the 5 King George V's, and you have the 6 Lions. You have 11 and 8. That takes you up to 19 vessels. Now the thing is, using that, you can keep those ships coming into service. You also have coverage for however long it takes to get those ships working up. Because remember again, the Queen Elizabeths are lovely. They are tried and trusted and practiced and work. The same with the Royal Oak. The same with Renown. The same with Hood. So you don't necessarily want to jump in. Once you've got all the King George V's and all the Lions in service, then the next class that comes in, you might start phasing out those upgraded ships. And you would start phasing out those upgraded ships as they come in, because you could still maintain your numbers. And remember, the numbers the British are probably aiming for is 19 to 21. And the reason they're probably aiming for those numbers is because they're banking on having to maintain a fleet of probably at least 7 in the Mediterranean to keep an eye on the Italians, which were theoretically supposed to keep to around 6, but probably could go up to an 8. They needed a fleet of about 7 to keep an eye on the Germans, again, estimated to go to a fleet of 6 to 8 at that time. And this is all based on the British planning and that sort of thing, and to deter the Japanese. Again, a force of 7 plus carriers, etc., for all these is probably enough to keep a strong force in the Far East that's not going to be easily or quickly overwhelmed, allowing you to send reinforcements from the Mediterranean and from Britain. It's not necessarily going to be a straight 1-for-1 replacement. There is going to be an area of growth. There is going to be a line of growth, because one of the problems you have to always think in this scenario is that Britain has kept an artificial lid on its naval growth in many ways because it has chosen to spend money paying back the debt quicker from World War One. Why? Because it wants that debt paid back, so it has a good credit in case another war comes up or other things need to come up, so it's as good a credit score as possible. It makes a strategic choice. It could have paid it back slower and spent more money on defense. It could have. And if World War II doesn't come along, it's still got one of the largest economies in the world. There is a debate over... Now, the thing that comes up interesting is when you start going through the British Empire economy and you start looking at it, and there are debates as to whether or not you're talking about the British economy for funding defense or the British Empire economy, and that has impact on how much can be afforded. But also expect the Empire to be more paying in as well, so there's going to be that factor in defense spending. So expect cruisers to be built by Canada and Australia. They probably were going to come through, especially as these things go on. So the point I'm overall trying to make is it's complicated. Is that there is no easy or nice solution. And don't assume, especially, you have to remember some authors, especially in the 1970s and 1980s, and even since then, based on those works, some authors have gone for, well, they're ordering 5, so these must be going to replace the 5Rs. They're ordering 6 of these, so these must be going to replace the Queen Elizabeths and Repulse, because that's 6, and they're expecting it to be a replacement because they're factoring them in as replacements. When in fact, you start looking at the Royal Navy's thinking it's going to have to grow. So that's why it's reconditioning and, reconditioning, refurbishing ships and upgrading them where possible, and also building new ships because it's covering its growth. Because you can't build new ships as fast as you'd like because the government won't give you that money at that time because they're trying to measure it out. Bad guys, isn't it? So Vanguard was only built because World War II happened, and Lion Class was originally going to fall on the King George V. Yes. Sure. Yes, the RN did a lot of wartime production, but still biggest than 1946. Just about, yeah, in tonnage and overall tonnage of ships. And numbers of basically because of the sheer oodles and oodles of things they built. Steam engine. Gas turbines pretty much require a fully variable pitch prop to run at steady speeds. Arguably, yes. Seneca, my iPad was at 100% battery when a stream started. Now it's at 27%. Hey! Thank you, George Newman. Thank you, Carl Gasberg. Thank you, Anuk. Bad guy, when did the homing torpedo become the main anti-submarine weapon? Ooh, 1970s, really? 1960s it starts in to extent, but 1970s it gets more. So take us up, Thompson. So all the next questions are for the next Bruships. The FRAs need to go to bed. Same as good. Same as good, Doctor. There aren't many more questions. Thank you. Sonic Canary. 1980s modern, fully integrated British Empire would have been scary. Yes. Yes, the 1980s British Empire would have been quite disturbing for much of the world. I told our IT staff about Skynet, and the first question they asked was, does nobody in the RN watch Terminator? It wasn't the Royal Navy which chose it, it was the Ministry of Defence. And they find it, and the Royal Navy finds it hilarious. And they freak out the Americans every time they say, we're uploading something over Skynet. The Royal Oak was there due to the fact that she could keep up mostly. She was also marked for air defence of Orkney. They hadn't yet got it all in at the place of time. No, and they hadn't upgraded the nets yet, which is why Donnett's noticed the gap. Basically. 9683, are we seeing what you just explained today? To an extent, that seems to be going on. But bro, Right. Take care, everyone. I'm going to find that image. All right. Thank you, everyone. And night-night. Oh, good Lord. Night, Aaron. Thank you. Take care. Thank you, Kevin Ree. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Kevin Ree. Thank you, Stafford. Thank you, Bug Guy. Thank you, everyone. Night-night. Thank you, Seneca Nero. Take care. Thank you for all the lovely questions. Discord link is down below, as is Patreon and the Spreadshirt shop and all the other things. Please do subscribe and like if you did, because as some of you will know, but some of you won't, I currently have a bet going with my aunt that if I get to 13,000 subscribers by December 31st, 2021, she and my uncle will take a photo of wearing Blackburn face masks. For any information about that, please ask questions in future lives. Thank you very much, and see you on Thursday which is the 14th, and there will be a live then. A very interesting patron choice one. Thank you, take care, and have a good evening.